Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's regular council meeting and planning meeting, actually. We'll start off with the calling to the meeting to order at 9:32, and we'll read the territorial land acknowledgement. Before our meeting gets underway, I would like to formally recognize the traditional keepers of this land and specifically our neighbors of the Alderville First Nation with a formal territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge the township of Allen-McCulloman is located on the Mississaugan-Ashaninbeg territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississaugan-Ashaninbeg. The township of Allen-McCulloman respectively acknowledges that the Mississaugan nations are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and the integrity for generations to come. And I'll also read the procedural bylaw as it deals with meetings and when people from the public can participate. Our regular council meetings are open to the public and they are encouraged to attend. To speak at a regular meeting, a request for delegation form must be submitted to the clerk. These forms are available on the website. Public meetings are open to the public. They allow members of the public to address council without the need to pre-register for this request. An example of a public meeting is a planning meeting, which we're holding today, where members of the public, example of public meeting is a planning meeting where land use planning applications are reviewed and council seeks input from the public. Council sessions may occur during a council meeting. Closed sessions may occur during a council meeting to discuss confidential matters as identified in the Municipal Act, Section 239. Members of the public are not permitted in these meetings. We'll go to item 3, disclosure of pecuniary interest or general nature thereof. Deputy Mayor, do you have a comment?
Mayor Logal, I have a declaration of pecuniary interest to declare at this meeting. It has to do with agenda item number 16 of the open and item 3B of the closed. Mayor Logal, the reason for this litigation is to do with litigation with the library board. Madam Clerk, I'll pass this on to you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Go ahead, Mayor Kathleen.
Yes, I have a pecuniary interest in item 11, the Centerton 4-H Life Skills Club, as I am a leader of that club. And I will submit that form at the end of the meeting.
You have the form?
It was sent to me. I haven't got it filled in.
Okay. We'll trust you. Any other to claim? Moving on to item 4. Be it resolved, this is for the agenda for today. Be it resolved, the agenda for the municipal planning regular council session of Tuesday, October 24th, 2023 be approved. Do I get a mover and a seconder? Deputy Mayor Stover, Councillor Booth, any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have a delegation 5A, which is a presentation by Sergeant Lisa Roter from the Ontario Provincial Police, and it's regarding the OPP contract renewal. So Lisa, thank you for coming. Mike, good to see you here. You too, and we look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Logal. Good morning, everyone and members of council. Again, my name is Sergeant Lisa Rotar, and I'm with the OPP based out of Aurelia, the Municipal Policing Bureau. And with me today is also Staff Sergeant Mike Davidson, the Operational Manager from Northumberland Detachment. So this is an overview of what we're going to speak about today. We're going to touch on OPP integrated service delivery, annual expenditures, the billing model, municipal policing cost breakdown, which will include your calls for service and 2024 annual billing statement costs and contract renewal options. And we're just going to touch on as well the Community Safety and Policing Act as it ties into contract renewal options. So like I mentioned, our vision within the OPP is safe communities and a secure Ontario. And this is really appropriate because it's a focused vision. It accurately reflects our unique mandate to provide policing services both at the municipal level for 330 municipalities and to the provincial level to over 14 million people across 1.1 million square kilometers of land and waterways. So we're able to do this because we use an integrated service delivery model. And the way we do this, officers work in multiple locations and municipalities during a shift, which allows for coordinating policing strategies and the ability to respond based on proximity, so our closest to the call policy. It also allows communities to engage and partner with various agencies outside of municipal boundaries. We track the services provided by using the daily activity reporting system, which ensures municipalities don't pay for provincial resources or obligations. Again, so at the end of the shift, an officer is obligated to input duty codes where they were attending to a call for service, as well as the length of time that was required to complete that call for service. And we have a bunch of wonderful mathematicians and magicians up at GHQ. They scrape the data, and from that, they're able to determine what was a provincial obligation versus a municipal call for service, a billable call for service. And again, that's how we track using our DAR system, or the daily activity reporting system. And it's all to do with the integrated service delivery model. So when we have officers attending from outside of your municipality, it doesn't matter because we're all using the same system to capture the service. Next slide. So I'm just going to touch on this. It's a breakdown of cost allocation for the services that the OPP provide both at the municipal and the provincial level. These figures are based on estimate OPP costs for the 2021 provincial support services and obligations. This is to be updated shortly. And we also have on here the 2023 estimated cost for the municipal policing recoveries. That's calculated by the annual calendar. And as you know, we just had our bills come out. So by the end of the year, we'll be updating that number. When we look at our provincial obligations and support services side, that comes to 64% of the total budget being $778 million. And again, these are all the services that we provide at a no cost recovery, which include traffic safety, investigations, intelligence, specialized response teams like our tactical response unit, emergency response team, search and rescue, auxiliary unit, community safety, Indigenous policing, and unincorporated territories. Again, the OPP are obligated to provide and maintain these services for the province. On the other side, the municipal policing recovery section, you'll see 33% or $412 million is the estimated total cost recovery for OPP policed municipalities. In 2024, this cost is $428 million. Again, so we recover costs from municipalities involving all resources, including our frontline detachment staff, support positions, which are required to meet the demands just captured through the OPP billing model, and we're going to look at. Again, resources include detachment staff, supervision, frontline constables, civilian support, as well as support positions like our communication operators, prisoner guards, academy, and regional headquarters. So this is just another good caption that shows all our base service costs, or the majority of the costs, are allocated on a per property basis. Our calls for service are based on the municipality's individual usage, and our additional other costs are based again on the municipality's specific usage. So this is the 2024 estimated cost recover under that OPP billing model. And again, it shows the breakdown for how this $428 million will be recovered. Again, the billing model is provincially focused, and it divides the majority of municipal policing costs into two categories: the base services and your calls for service. So base service costs are allocated among all municipalities on an equal per property basis. So again, we have 330 municipalities which we police and 1,230,286 properties. And property counts are updated annually through MPAC, the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation, and the data includes household, commercial, and industrial properties. This count is actually up from 2023. It was 1,202,724 properties. Our base service costs include all our proactive policing and what it takes to run a police organization to operate and respond provincial-wide. Again, we're going to take the calculation for this cost. It's a $203 million shared by the 1,230,286 properties, which comes to $165.59 per property for that base service cost. Calls for service costs are allocated to the municipality, again, based on your individual usage. You're billed for the actual number and types of calls for service you receive. Again, calls for service are reactive policing services. So when a person picks up the phone, they need you to attend for a break and enter, a missing person, mischief, well-being checks, whatever the case may be. And our other costs for 2024 are estimated at $43 million. And each municipality is again based on contract arrangements and usage. Our additional other costs include overtime, which is charged when incurred, court security for municipalities that have a courthouse, prisoner transportation per property fee this year is $1.12. Accommodation and cleaning per property fee is $4.90 unless the municipality provides this, and enhancements. So you have a Section 10 contract agreement. However, your municipality does not have any enhancements. If you did, you would be billed 100% for those positions. Okay. So I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time here, but I just want to bring to your attention on page 3 of your annual billing statement. Every year we calculate, we show how we come to that number for our base services and for our calls for service. We list all the items on the left-hand side that are calculated. And again, it's an annual calculation. And then on the right side, you'll see the orange box is our base service costs. The blue is our calls for service. The green at the bottom there is your total, other operating expenses. And again, it's just very transparent and every year it's updated. But we will touch on these costs on the next slide. So this is page 1 of your annual billing statement, and it's the breakdown for the 2024 estimated costs. You're going to see here, the orange box is your base service cost, the blue box is your calls for service, and the green are your other costs. So Alma Caldeman has been billed for 3,655 properties. When multiplied by your base service cost per property of $165.59, it comes to $605,219. Your calls for service percentage of the provincial total of $183,003,471 is 0.2051%, which is a total cost of $375,404. The overtime is estimated at $38,055. Prisoner transportation fee is $4,094. Accommodation and cleaning services are $17,910 for a total 2024 estimated cost of $1,040,681. Now, the purple box is your 2022 year-end adjustment. Again, we're always reconciling 1 year behind. So in next year's bill, 2025 annual billing statement, you're going to have the 2023 estimated costs, reconciled costs for the year-end adjustment. And basically this adjustment accounts for a difference between amount billed on the base estimated cost of the annual billing statement and the reconciled cost of the year-end summary. Most significant year-end adjustments are resulting from cost versus actual, and basically estimated municipal requirements for overtime, contract enhancements, and court security. On the last page of your 2024 annual billing statement, that shows your 2022 estimated costs. So you can do a comparison. It's there for you. So this is your 2024 calls for service billing summary. And I'm going to take you through this because I think it's really important so you can have an understanding how all billable calls for service are divided into 9 separate billing working groups. And each working group has a separate average time standard, which is calculated annually. So the billing work groups on the left are drug possession, drugs, operational 2, other criminal code violation, property crime violation, statutes and acts, traffic, and violent criminal code. The calls for service count uses the 4-year average of reconciled calls for services, which is multiplied by the current average time standard to investigate the call within each of those service billing working groups. So once this is calculated, the percentage of the total provincial weighted time for your calls for service is allocated from the $183 million provincial total calculation. So by using our 4-year average to determine the calls for service billing prevents large fluctuations. And in the event there's a major spike in the calls for service in 1 year. And again, it allows municipalities to anticipate and manage your billing accordingly to your usage of police services. So again, I'm going to bring to your attention at the bottom right, you can see the total calls for service at the provincial level, the recovery being $183,347,471. And again, your percentage was $375,404 being 0.2051% of this provincial total. Starting on page 7, you can view all your calls for service from your 2024 billing statement. And again, it's going to capture that 4-year from 2019 to 2022. All of those calls will be shown. Now, also what you're going to see new on this year's bill, we have the provincial totals, which fall under, again, that 4-year snapshot between 2019 and 2022. Under all of those 9 calls for service billing working groups, you're able to see the provincial totals from that 4-year capture. And I only put the bottom line on there just for, again, it's a little bit hard to put too much information in one, but again, we just wanted to show that you are paying your percentage of the provincial total. And if you want to see how your calls for services within the service billing working groups compare with the provincial total, you can see that it's right below each other. So it's very easy to determine. Also, I want you to know that there are over 550 reactive calls for service types, which are classified into these 9 working groups based on common response types. Your bill will only show the calls for service types that were attended to over that 4-year period. So for example, under your operational calls, you have 411, the 4-year average, 411 calls. This year's 2024 average time standard is 3.8 hours. So for one of those calls in that category, it's averaged 3.8 hours to conduct that investigation for that service. And then we provide your total weighted time being 1,563 hours. And then it's determined from the provincial total of the weighted time. So some of these calls for services, again, are not necessarily classified by severity, but by rather the time that it takes to investigate. So that's why it's important when you might see a neighbor dispute next to a recovered lost item. So they're not related to the type of occurrence, but rather the time that it takes to investigate those calls. As you know, there will be a webinar in the upcoming weeks, which is hosted by our financial support unit. It's very helpful, and they're going to go into even greater detail about this bill and how the numbers are calculated. The webinars are recorded and they will be translated into French, readily available with our other great resources on our website. If you had some more questions, we have some really good support documents. There's one that I commonly get asked about. It's a summary of the OPP policing calls for service billing working groups descriptions. So again, the types of calls that you can anticipate to see or that you will see under those 9 billing work groups, service billing work groups. Again, you will also see your calls that fell under those working groups. But if you want to see what else that would include, again, we have a detailed summary of that on our webpage for your knowledge. Okay. Sorry, did we have any questions on that? That's probably the best time to ask if you had any. Yeah, sorry, can you please go back? Yes,
I
Mayor?
just have one. You know where you had your average standard time? Was that for the province or was that for the county or whatever?
That's a great question. It's calculated on the provincial level.
Okay.
And those standard times not only involve just attending, as you see under the drugs, 80.6 hours on average for one call that's attended to in that category. Because again, it reflects court time, what is deemed the amount of time the officer has to attend, the offender has to attend, doing follow-up, drugs destruction, following protocol and process. So that's a very labor intensive investigation. And that's the average that it takes across the province for one call. And again, as you see, the operational 2, that's actually down. It was 1.8 hours last year for operational 2 calls. And this year it's down to 1.5 for one call. And again, that's finding the person, doing interviews, locating witnesses, dropping off, picking up, whatever's required at the provincial level.
Thank you, Lisa. Does any other member of council have a question? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Local, I'm not sure if it's in here for the calls of service, but I'm just wondering, where would we find when the police are in our municipality? Whether they're just being visible or driving through, where would we find those numbers?
Are you looking for specific, like proactive patrol
Yeah,
hours, things like that?
Yeah, just visibility, just so we can kind of see where when they are in our municipality.
Well, I'll let Staff Sergeant.
Yeah, so that funding or for that would fall under the provincial stuff. That's not the calls for service where somebody's picking up a phone.
Right, yeah, I
for-
wondered, I knew
yeah.
I wasn't in the right
Yeah,
section, but I didn't know
But
where it was
I just
going.
wanted to make sure that we had that clarification.
Yeah.
We do present those numbers to the Police Services Board every whenever there's a Police Services Board meeting. Our detachment clerk will put together a report, which does include the amount of time that we spend in Alnwick Haldeman patrolling, as well as breaks down the numbers, foot patrol hours, cruiser hours, school patrol hours, etc. So that's where how we report that back to the municipality whenever there's a Police Services Board meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Logal,
But
if I could just ask you a specific question, then do we see those minutes from the Police Services Board?
I'm almost positive they are in the minutes for this agenda.
Oh, thank you. All right,
All of that information is.
perfect.
Or I believe it was for the July, because we're 2 or 3 months behind when we have our second meeting, but I believe it was in for either June or September. And I can't remember which one it was.
Thank you.
Yep, go ahead.
There's some more questions? Can we go to the next slide?
There's more presentation.
We're getting through.
I'm gonna give them all, wait till the end.
So this slide is a cost overview for Alnwick Haldeman Township. Again, it shows your average cost per property each year compared with the provincial average. So the OPP average between 2021 and 2023 was $358 to $346 per property respectively. Your average within the same time frame was $292 to $286. This year, it's actually gone down. Your average cost per property in 2024 is $284.73. Again, the point is not to be the average, but the point is costing stability. Our billing model brings stability to municipalities so you can sustain those fluctuations within a reasonable cushion or amount that it's not going to obscure your bank account. So this slide, again, is just information that's available on our website for the municipal police costs and contract types within the OPP across the province. This data is available from 2015 onwards, and it shows specifically today I've captured for you the township of Alnwick Haldeman and how it compares in terms of policing costs to other municipalities, which Northumberland Detachment incorporates. As you can see, you're all Section 10 contracts in there. It gives you a snapshot of your property counts, total costs and cost per property. And you can see this data all the way back to 2015, which was the first year that we implemented the OPP billing model. So this is where we're going to get into our contract renewal options. So your current contract, your Section 10 contract, it's expiring on December 31st. And you have three options technically before you. First option on there is to extend your current Section 10 contract with an amending agreement. The term can be 1 or 2 years, and it's just a basic extension of the current contract. Your second option would be to renew the contract, where again, Section 10 contract, it can be for a larger time frame. So from 3, 4, or 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, or 6 year term with a new contract and proposal arrangement. This might be helpful, or if you decide in your deliberations that, for example, if you wanted to have a new enhancement position, at this time, there is a moratorium on officer enhancement FTE positions. However, civilian FT enhancements can be considered and applied for. We've seen it in different municipalities where this is done for special constables. A common theme is for, or we've seen municipalities choose to do this to run a collision reporting center during business hours. So it frees up officers to attend to other calls for services, and the enhancements conduct the collision reporting center occurrences. Again, this is optional. This is what you have available to you because you are under a Section 10 contract. The other option would be to revert to a 5.1 non-contract arrangement, which again, it will remain. This just basically means you will still receive the same policing service as you do with Section 10 contract. There's no distinction between the service that you provide, that you receive, policing service. The billing model remains the same for both Section 10 and Section 5.1s. The only difference is when the Community Safety Policing Act comes into effect, it will repeal and replace the current Police Services Act, which is what these contracts and non-contract arrangements are under. And there's going to be no distinction between the two. So whether you choose a term to do an amending agreement or a new contract and proposal, or you revert to a 5.1, the day the CSPA comes into effect, everything is null and void. We go to the new act, the new Community Safety Policing Act, where the benefit of this is enhancements and application for grant funding, which you currently have under a Section 10 agreement and contract, is available for everybody. Because if you're under a Section 5.1 non-contract arrangement, that option is not available to you under the current legislation. Okay. Again, if you choose to do an amending agreement or a new contract, what will be required of you is a new bylaw to be sent. And again, I will draft those contracts for you. I'll put in your bylaw. Once it's received, you sign and seal it. We send it through the ministry. Should you choose to revert to a 5.1, we just need a notification on your municipal letterhead. A letter needs to be sent to us, and we'll process that as well.
Thank you.
Okay. Again, just want to reiterate, even when this Community Safety Policing Act comes into effect, the billing model will remain the same. That's not going to change how you are billed. Policing services will not change. You will all receive adequate and effective policing services. That's not going to look different under the Community Safety Policing Act. Okay. What will look a little different is, again, you currently have the ability for those enhancement positions. We're going to look to Section 14, where if a municipality wishes to enter in above and beyond adequate and effective policing services, there'll be a contract that will be available to sign up for those services or to apply for those services. We don't know what those contracts are yet. So, are there any questions on this slide as well? Okay.
You said with the, you said with the 5.1 that there are other services, but you're not committed to them. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. At current, if you're policed under Section 5.1 non-contract arrangement, you cannot apply for enhancement positions or additional grant funding.
Okay.
Under Section 10, you are, because you have a police services board that you maintain, and that's what the ministry is requires in order to provide grant funding to track the funds. Whereas if you're with a section 5.1, it's optional to have a CPAC committee. And again, that's part of the reason why funds are not available for grants if you're under a section 5.1. But that's not your situation here. You're under section 10.
Now, Lisa, I don't know if you're aware of it, but Mike certainly is. The Northumberland County, this group that you showed with the five are considering or pretty well have decided that that's the way they're going. How will that affect this sheet?
Like you're talking about the detachment frame.
Yes.
Yeah, actually, let's go to the next slide then, because that's where we have that information. It's talking about the CSPA. So the ministry has already approved, or you've heard back by now whether or not your proposal was accepted, correct? And again, the OPP do not determine that framework, what that detachment board looks like, but representation has been determined. And the same, I think it's going to offer opportunity for more communication, because now you're sitting at the table with all your municipalities, your detachment commander will be there, and it's again a little more opportunity to work collectively to hear what's happening, because if one community has an issue, it already happens now, but you may decide to propose, let's get an enhancement position to address it, because it's spilling over into the other municipalities as well. So, but again, just because you're all section 10 now, that's great. When the CSPA does come into effect, they're not going to say you're a section 10. It doesn't matter. All the municipalities across the province that are with the OPP have to enter these detachment framework agreements. I believe actually if they choose not to, there's provision for that as well, but that won't be your situation here.
Okay, so even if we do join as one board, each municipality is still going to get billed a different way?
Yes, you're the same. You will
Yeah.
still continue to receive your annual billing statement with the OPP billing model applied within your municipality.
Yes, and the counts that you have had, you're going to count them the same way, and it doesn't
Yes.
matter whether Trent Hills, just picking on Trent Hills, drops or goes up, it will not affect.
That's correct. Your municipality will remain your municipal billing statement. It's not going to go to a group contract.
Okay.
That's something different.
Yep.
Yep. So again, main points of this, like we just touched on, the billing remains the same, police service remains the same. Unfortunately, there is no determined date confirmed for when the CSPA will come into effect. We've heard, or Solgen had sent out a notification advising early spring 2024, potentially winter 2024. Again, nothing's confirmed. So you might want to consider that when you are looking at your contract renewal options. Again, some municipalities have chosen to go with a 2-year amending agreement just because they know the CSPA is inevitable and they are anticipating it hopefully to come in effect within the next 2 years anyway. But either way, it's whatever you choose to do. I'm happy to provide you with the necessary documents to move that decision forward. So there's no difference from my end or really from your end.
Just as a comment, I know it's been a long time in the process, but they're actually starting training sessions for us now.
Yeah, that's
Actually in October, so no, November, 1st and 2nd of November, I think it starts.
that's a good thing. But again, nothing's been officially
I know.
forecast. So.
Well, actually, it has been forecast half a dozen times.
True. Okay, next slide. And this is probably our most important slide here. I have listed all of our resources on the internet for your consideration to help support the information I provided today. As well, I have my information on there. I look forward to being in touch with you when you do decide how to move forward with your renewal options. And you can always reach out for any questions or concerns or information you may need. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Mike. Any questions? Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logo, I'm just looking at the province as a whole and that the massive hiring, not only with the OPP, but with with all agencies as well. What do you expect the higher number be for this year of new officers that you're looking to bring in?
That's a good question. So as you know, the current government has opened up 4 classes of training at OPC, the Ontario Police College, which has traditionally been 3 classes per year. I know for OPP, they are actively recruiting, actively doing the proper process background checks that are needed to ensure they're the right applicants to go through. On average, I can tell you the last 3 classes that I'm aware of have been between 140 and 160 police recruits at a time, which is significantly higher. When I came on in 2005, it was a year where the government was cutting back a bit and we had 35 in my class. So it really does depend on, applicants and what's being supported at the time. But clearly there's a big support for all policing agencies to push through as many, qualified candidates that want to enter this career.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dave.
Given that, thanks for your presentation. Given that you are, thanks. Great, what would be your best recommendation? Side service level that are last 7 years. As you higher process.
Well, technically, I'm not permitted to give a recommendation. I'm just only allowed to present you what the options are. But I would suggest if you are satisfied with your current policing agreement, being the Section 10 contract, it's very straightforward to do either an amending agreement. Again, every municipality is a little different. If you had specific needs that you were looking to address, definitely move forward with a Section 10 because you have that option. There might be something that comes up where you may want to consider an enhancement FTE position to address a specific need. You have that available to you under the Section 10. If you revert to a 5-1, policing service will remain the same. But again, that option until the CSPA comes into effect will not be available to you. The other advantage as well, applying for grant funding, which is something that is, it's a great thing, right? To have that option available to you under the Section 10. So either go with an amending agreement, or I can draft up a new contract and proposal, which will look almost identical to your current contract that you have, except for the dates will change. Longer time frame, so a 3, 4, 5, or 6 year term, or the amending agreement, we take your current contract and we just extend it for a 1 or 2 year term.
You're welcome. Right now, our contract is a 1-year agreement. The
Nope,
existing one.
you're coming off of a 3-year, I believe 3 or 4 year
Okay.
term. I have to look it up specifically. Actually, would you mind backing up the slides to the snapshot? I believe it shows, yeah, right there. Oh, sorry. On our other charts that we have internally, it shows the term. I don't recall offhand. I do apologize, but I did send an email with what the exact situation is. You are currently on a contract that's coming to term. It was either likely a 3 or 4 year contract.
Okay.
So again, when we draft the amending agreement, we just take that current contract and we extend it, which will be extended from December 30th, 2023 until potentially December 31, 2025, which would be a 2 year term, or December 31, 2024, which is a 1 year term.
Thank you. Greg, do you have a question?
Through your worship to Lisa. So Lisa, if we were to go with the S10 for a 3-year contract, which would take us basically to the end of the term of this council, and a new CSPA comes into effect, what happens to that? Can that contract change then, or are we okay to sign on for 3 years? And
You can sign off on 3 years, but basically once the CSPA comes into effect, every municipality is going to have to sign a new contract because it's no longer valid under the current Police Services Act, because the Community Safety Policing Act repeals and replaces the Police Services Act. So a new contract will be created. And again, that's up to the ministry. Right now, I don't know what that contract looks like. So you can put a 5-year term if you'd like. It's no problem. Hopefully the CSPA will come into effect before that 5-year term ends, which it likely will. So even if you enter a 1 or 2 year amending agreement, if it comes into effect next fall, all contracts become essentially null and void. and a new contract will be entered under the new Community Safety Policing Act. But the same quality of policing, adequate and effective, is captured, as you see in the regulations that are being posted now to support the CSPA.
Okay, thank you. It just makes sense to do, in my way of thinking, a 3-year contract, which takes us to the end of our term. And then we're not committing anything for the next council, right? And it's probably, like you said, Lisa, going to change anyway, but at least let's sign on the dotted line and that's it. We don't have to keep going through this. Okay, thank you.
I'm going to read the recommendation. Whereas the OPP contract for the Township of Allen McCalderman expires on December 31st, 2023. Be resolved that Allen McCalderman Council received the delegation and written information from the OPP Sergeant Lisa Roeder and Staff Sergeant Mike Davidson for information, and further be it resolved that council directs staff to prepare a report for the November 14th, 2023 council meeting with options and recommendations regarding the OPP contract renewal. And further be it resolved that council direct staff to prepare a bylaw for the OPP contract renewal once the agreement is received from the OPP for enactment at a future council meeting before the end of this calendar year. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Booth and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, Lisa.
So just to clarify then, would you like a draft document then for a 3-year contract and proposal term to help with your deliberations? And I can send you an amending agreement, and the only thing that would change either or is the date, the term that you would choose. Would that be helpful for you?
Would help.
So you can see both options then.
Yeah.
Both options. Am I reading that? Am I understanding?
Yeah, I
that
think so.
clearly? Okay, I will do that for you. And like I said, I'll have the areas highlighted with the dates that will obviously be changed when you confirm for the appropriate time term to be updated.
Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Well, thank you again for having us here. It's a pleasure to see you all, and good luck with everything. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a safe, are you Aurelia?
Yes,
Have a safe drive.
thank you.
Next, we have another delegation. And this one is from the acting executive director of United Way, Miss Maggie Darling. Come on up, Maggie.
Thank you, Mayor Logal and Council. My name is Maggie Darling, and I'm the Acting Executive Director of United Way Northumberland. So for more than 50 years, United Way has been the largest supporter of social services in Northumberland County outside of government. We like to imagine ourselves here on the screen as a helping hand, a symbol of hope, of service, and of help to people in our communities working to build a better tomorrow while supporting essential programs and services in Northumberland County as an organization that cares about all people. So when you think of United Way, many of you likely think of us in our traditional role as an umbrella funder, a larger organization that, with the support of our generous community of donors, volunteers, and supporters, helps an array of non-for-profit organizations through annual funding opportunities. This includes 9 organizations this year who receive monthly funding through our annual funding investments, including Big Brothers Big Sisters, who provides in-school and traditional mentoring and Go Girls programming, Community Care Northumberland, who supports seniors living in their home with in-home visits and Meals on Wheels, Community Counseling and Resource Center, who provides counseling to individuals dealing with trauma, grief, relationship challenges, caregiving, and parenting concerns, Rebound's Triple P positive parenting program that supports parents and caregivers, Habitat for Humanity's partnership with Alderville First Nation for much needed home repairs, the Help Center's housing support program, landlord liaison, money management, energy programs, the senior support program, English as a second language, and the income tax program that brings millions of dollars back into our community each year. This also includes the Salvation Army's rental, health, and food banks, which last year helped 230 clients a week, emergency shelter at Transition House, who helps clients connect with health care, housing, food, and mental health services, as well as addictions and income supports, and Wraparound Northumberland Service that recognizes the complex and dynamic challenges of those navigating social services and supports families during this process. Now, as I mentioned, this funding is what we've traditionally been known for. However, it's not all that we do. In addition to this funding, we also lead 5 in-house programs to fill existing gaps in our community across our 3 focus areas: poverty, kids, and community. So poverty is complex, and for those living in low-income situations, many face social and health barriers, including housing, employment, transportation, and more. And the COVID-19 pandemic has only intensified these barriers. Our poverty focus area focuses on issues including housing and homelessness, because we believe that everyone deserves a warm place to call home. That's why we also support organizations, run programs, and advocate for people to find shelter and affordable housing, as well as address food security and other basic essentials, including Transition House, the Help Center, and Habitat for Humanity. We also believe that access to nutritious food and addressing food security is a top priority, and we actively support programs that work towards this goal in our community. This includes Northumberland Foods for Thought Student Nutrition Program, Community Care's Meals on Wheels, and Salvation Army's Meals Outreach Program. Within the poverty focus area, we also run 2 programs, both that were launched during the pandemic. The Northumberland Eats Food Voucher Program allows individuals and families to purchase food, groceries, and meals at over 25 local establishments, and the vouchers are treated like cash. So a local mother shared her experience with us using the vouchers for her family. She said, "I'm a single mother with 2 children, and I've had custody of my niece for over a year now. When I heard about the Northumberland food voucher, I was unsure. I didn't know if I could use it, as I was feeling almost embarrassed. The first time I used them was at Codrington Market. We got sausages, potatoes, carrots, and bread, and the vendors were so kind. The second time I used the vouchers was at the ice cream parlor in Campbellford to buy a birthday cake for my daughter. These vouchers have made a huge difference for my family. They have allowed us to enjoy the small things like a birthday cake and a dinner out that are often taken for granted." Period Promise Northumberland is also another product that we launched during the pandemic, which provides menstrual hygiene products to individuals and non-for-profit organizations while advocating for accessible products in public washrooms across our communities. Since 2020, more than 30,000 products have been distributed, and 18 local businesses have joined us as a partner in Period Promise to offer accessible products in their washrooms. Our second focus area is helping kids to be all that they can be, because research shows that early years of life are some of the most important and informative years in human development. That is why United Way prioritizes children's funding to guide children and youth down a healthy path as they grow and transition into adulthood. To support youth in our community, we fund local organizations, including Big Brothers Big Sisters, Rebound Child and Youth Services, and Wraparound Northumberland, as well as host our annual Backpacks for Kids program every August. In 2005, we launched our Backpacks for Kids program, which helps to provide students with a backpack and the school supplies they need to return to the classroom. We know that investments in education and learning in children help to foster a strong community in the future. And over the past 18 years, we have distributed nearly 25,000 products to children across our 7 communities. Our final focus area is building strong communities, focusing on our vision where everyone in our community has the access to information and resources they need to build a stronger, more vibrant Northumberland County. We help to build strong communities by investing in social service providers, including Community Care Northumberland, Salvation Army, Community Counseling and Resource Center, and we also hold our annual Day of Caring each June. So our annual Day of Caring is held each June, and this year we will be celebrating our 25th anniversary. This is a day that brings together a community of volunteers to complete small repairs and minor improvements to individual homes, non-for-profit organizations, and last year we were at 30 job sites with the help of 100 volunteers. Finally, the last program we support locally, and we really encourage everyone to write this down, is 211. This is a free helpline available 24/7, 365 days a year in over 150 languages that connects you with local community and social service programs. And you can contact 211 by dialing 211 on your telephone or visiting 211ontario.ca. So each year, 1 in 4 people in our community are impacted by the work of United Way funded organizations, our in-house programs. However, our impact does not end there. We also advocate locally and provincially for some of the most pervasive issues facing our communities. This includes being active members of Northumberland County's Homelessness Leadership Table, members of the Affordable Housing Committee, members of Northumberland County's Community Safety and Wellbeing Committee. We advocate for living wage and are a certified living wage employer because we believe that people should be paid what they need to earn to live in their community. And we advocate as well for menstrual equity through our work with Period Promise. So thank you, Mayor Logal and members of council for inviting me to be here today. We appreciate the opportunity to share about the work of United Way and how individuals can get involved. So you can donate. For this year, we have announced our campaign goal to raise $910,000 to support our community partners program and advocacy work. You can start a workplace campaign. It's a simple way to donate off your paycheck and it adds up year round, or become a member of our Give Every Month Club. You can make your Period Promise pledge by committing to offer free menstrual hygiene products in public washrooms. You can join one of United Way's committees such as finance, governance, or fundraising and volunteering. You can volunteer at one of our upcoming events, be a United Way ambassador and pass along what I've shared with you today, ask questions and learn more about United Way, or you can participate in Community Matters, our latest community engagement project. And so Community Matters is really closely aligned with all this community impact work that we do, and it helps to inform how we allocate our funding, programs, and advocacy work. So in recent years, the pandemic has brought unprecedented circumstances, and the rising cost of housing, groceries, fuel, and basic essentials, as well as a lack of affordable housing, is deeply affecting our communities. So as we continue to navigate these changes as an organization and as a community, we're mindful of the important voice of our neighbors and residents like you. So we want to hear from you. So in September, we launched our Community Matters project. This is a community-wide engagement project to better understand the aspirations and experiences of individuals and families in Northumberland County. So over the coming months, we'll be engaging one-on-one through interviews with community partners and social service providers. We're visiting local libraries and centers across Northumberland County to listen to the invaluable insights of those who live and work and play here. And we've also launched an anonymous survey that you can see here with the QR code on the screen to capture perspectives and gather insights. And all this information will be really instrumental in shaping our programs, investments, and advocacy work, ensuring that every dollar can have the greatest impact. We encourage you to have your say by completing our anonymous survey, and you can also call the office to complete it over the phone or request a paper copy. And if you have an experience you'd be willing to share, please reach out to us. We would love to hear from you. So what we do today has the power to create a better future. So we encourage you all to have your say, stay involved, and together we can identify what we need to build a stronger Northumberland County. Thank you.
Maggie, thank you very much for your presentation. Lots of detail there and some very good programs. And I want to thank you for all of the work, not you only, but all of the work that United Way has done for the community over the last several years.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions or comments? Go ahead, Councilor O'Neill.
It's on Community Matters, so
Yes.
I very much appreciate that you're coming to the local libraries. Do you know the dates that you are in our 3 libraries?
Yes, so we have, we came September 28th, the 12th, and the 19th of October, but we're going to be coming back as well. So we can share more dates as they're announced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logo, I just wonder if in our community or county, or things are getting worse or better.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsworth. So we are seeing, anecdotally and also in some of the information that we're receiving, housing and homelessness continues to be a growing concern, as well as mental health. So those are some of the things that are initially popping up in our Community Matters survey. But we are looking forward to, once we have the report completed, we're going to be sharing it as well with other groups in the community. So happy to pass along what we find as well.
Okay, thank you.
I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Allen Calderwood received a presentation by Maggie Darling, Acting Executive Director of the United Way for information. Did I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover. Seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any further questions or comments? All in favor? Motion is carried. Maggie, thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you very much.
We have one more delegation. This one is from Michelle Levy, and it's regarding the Bird's Eye Game Farm. Michelle, please come on up. I thought maybe that was you.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
Thank you for hearing me and taking the time this morning for my delegation. I just really wanted to put a face to a lot of communication and a lot of conversations I've had with some of you over the phone. By way of introduction, I am Michelle Levy. I live with my husband and our two young children. We're 4 and 6 years old at 111. Oh, I'm not supposed to say that. I'm sorry. I'm writing to you out of great concern. I'm now here for the safety of our children, the peaceful quality of life of our neighborhood, our property value, and the security of many businesses in the area. Over the summer, it came to the attention of our neighborhood, which is kind of Grafton, Colburn area, that Bird's Eye View Game Farm and Hunting Preserve is intending on renting a farm in our neighborhood to open a new game farm and hunting preserve location with potentially 365 days a year activities. The neighborhood is alarmed, and you now need to stop this from happening. There has been no due diligence by the owner of the property, nor the owners of Bird's Eye Game Farm regarding the effect of the potential game farm would have on our community, our families, our quality of life, and our businesses. The entire area is strongly opposed, and we need your help. We understand that the property in question is zoned rural, and legally speaking, it does not have the permitted right to operate a game and hunting preserve, game farm and hunting preserve. We want to ensure that the municipality does not consider any application by the property owner to rezone as agricultural, which could then allow for this type of permitted usage. And if they do apply to rezone, that the legality of zoning cannot be the sole factor that determines if Bird's Eye Game Farm and Hunting Preserve has the right to operate there. Their business is a safety hazard, disruptive to the quality of life to the neighborhood residents, and destructive to other local businesses. Our area is an already established neighborhood. Many years ago, the municipality made a clear decision to allow for rural residential homes to be built and local businesses to open in this area. We need you to uphold this decision and protect us from a business that could cause deadly harm to our families, destroy our quality of life, ruin our businesses, and negatively impact our property value. Here's a few of the community's concerns. Safety. The property in question's perimeter is not securely fenced with the adjacent properties. We do not trust that random and possibly inexperienced hunters who visit the game farm, who do not know the property lines, would remember and or respect where they are and are not to go, where they can and cannot shoot. Many of the neighboring properties have young children who like to explore the forests and our connected properties. Knowing that random hunters will be virtually in my backyard, potentially daily, is terrifying. And I would never let my kids play in our back forest again. Our back is fenced with the property in question, and it is virtually non-existent. It is a few lines of barbed wire from when that property was a horse farm. There is absolutely nothing from stopping stray bullets from entering our property. Whispering Springs also has guests all through late spring and early autumn who enjoy wandering around their property, which has a very long, unfenced and unmarked border with the property in question. How can they be assured that their guests and staff will be safe? Most of us direct neighbors have not been contacted by the owners of Bird's Eye Game Farm and Hunting Preserve to voice our safety concerns, which is a mandatory element of their licensing application process. Quality of life. Everyone who lives in this neighborhood lives here for our quality of life in a natural setting. We enjoy the singing of birds, the frequent visits of deer, the sound of wind in the trees. We live here because we love the peace and quiet living in our neighborhood provides. We are tax paying, we vote, we are good citizens who are demanding that our neighborhood is protected from the greed of a potential renter. Note, the current property owner has never lived on this property. The barrage of shooting that will accompany the game farm's business would turn our peaceful neighborhood into a terrible place to live. Would you or anyone you know want to live next door to and hear constant shotgun shots caused by a hunting business next door when you're trying to have a family barbecue, when your kids are playing outside, when your elderly parents come to visit? My husband is a military veteran. Consistent shooting is psychologically traumatizing for him. We bought our property to live here in peace. Our peace would be shattered if Birdseye Game Farm and Hunting Preserve is allowed to operate at this farm. Detrimental business impact. Many of the residents of this neighborhood work from home. We have business meetings, either in person or virtual with our clients. The sound of gunfire is very disturbing, distracting, and for some of us that offer our clients a peaceful setting would completely destroy our businesses. I personally offer yoga and meditation classes on our land. Can you imagine how gunshots would affect people as they're trying to relax? Many people have trust issues and trauma. The sound of constant gunshots are unnerving to people without past trauma. They would be terrifying to people with trauma. I simply would not be able to offer classes knowing that a hunt might be taking place. I would lose all my clients. This is different from one occasionally hunting on their land. Many of the neighbors, we know they're active hunters, they target practice. It's not about that. Everyone has the right to hunt their own land. This is about a business operating with hunting 365 days a year. And from the words of Bruce Janinga, starting at 9 a.m. to be respectful to the neighbors. Well, I'm a neighbor and that's not respectful to me. I teach yoga. I also have a corporate career where I'm in virtual meetings, sometimes starting at 9 a.m. The gunshots ring through our property. And then he said he would stop right before sunset. So in the summer, sunset is 9 p.m. Our kids go to bed at 7:30, 8 o'clock. The gunshots are very audible in our house. Diminished property value. I cannot speak for others, but my husband and myself worked very hard to buy our home and still work hard to pay our mortgage. Our home and land is a very large part of our family's financial security. Although we intend to enjoy many, many years living in our current home, one never knows what the future may bring, and our home is our greatest financial asset. If Birdseye Game Farm and Hunting Preserve is allowed to open, then there is no doubt that our property value and ability to sell our home at a fair market price will be negatively impacted. Any potential buyer who does the slightest due diligence of the area would find out about the hunting preserve and would likely not want to live in a war zone, because that's what it sounds like. If you were buying a home in a should be peaceful, quiet region, would you still be interested knowing that a hunting preserve with 365 days of shooting was in your backyard? We have an active online petition to inform local residents of this urgent issue. The petition has over 660 signatures and many comments from the neighbors of this property. So the signatures are from mostly people in the neighborhood, our friends, our family, people who come to our land, people who visit Whispering Springs, people who are aware of what our neighborhood really is, which is a beautiful place to live and a beautiful place to visit. It offers a lot of refuge to a lot of people. I own the land next to it. My concerns are the noise and the serenity I keep on my lot. Having myself and others enjoying nature on my property will be greatly diminished knowing shooting will be taking place on a regular basis without ample protection to myself and others who may be in the forest. I spend a fair amount of time in my forest, and knowing that people unfamiliar with their surroundings could be shooting into where I am. I do not want the wildlife to be driven away from my property. I have also not been contacted by anyone on this matter. Wayne P. Our property borders the farm in which hunting and shooting has already been started. So there was a lot of hunting. We don't know hunting, but a lot of shooting happening at that property, more around midsummer and into August. And then when we started all getting very vocal and meeting with you all and contacting Dave and the police department, then the shooting has greatly gone down because I know that a lot of eyeballs are on this situation. So this is back in the summer when there was really a lot of shooting happening. Our animals hide when the shooting takes place. Hopefully this can be stopped as soon as possible. Eric H. We all need to come together and protect our peaceful neighborhood, as well for the safety of our children who live here. They can have all the safety measures in place, but it doesn't stop the accidental death of innocent people and wildlife from happening. We have 2 businesses on our street which promote the enjoyment of nature and well-being. I have a hard time understanding how the city can allow a hunting club so close to where people are camping, as well as our children wait for the school bus beside the road. I moved to the county with a peaceful, safe environment, not to listen to gunshots all day. And of course, they will need retrieval dogs for the birds they killed. Please
Mr. Levy,
stop.
You have 1 minute.
Oh, okay. This hunting club from enjoying the enjoyment of our peaceful and safe neighborhood. These are the objections the neighborhood is presenting to our council. We need help. We need representation. We need to forever stop Birdseye Game Farm and Hunting Preserve from opening at this farm. That's it. Thank you very much. I welcome any questions you may have. And just thank you for your support.
Thank you for your presentation. Open up to council. Any questions? Go ahead, Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor Logal. Thanks, Michelle. I feel your concerns. And you know, I would like to ask if we have any kind of a update on what's going on with this thing here. It sounds like I thought we were going to stop them from hunting for right now until we figured this whole thing out. Are we in a position to move forward here soon with this situation?
You have a comment? Dave?
So if that's not happening, should they be in there hunting and shooting their guns and maybe carrying on under the table?
I don't know that that's happening. Like, it could be happening, but maybe Dave knows.
Yep, through you, Mayor. So the answer to that question is it's hard to limit people on their property for their own use. So if the owner of the property is doing so and by way of invitation, that is a very difficult thing for us to curb. However, we do have a firearms bylaw that is coming back around for review. That was part of the original Baldwick Township before the amalgamation. Much like a lot of our other bylaws, we do need to do some significant review, and that will be coming forth. There is also the Cobourg and Port Hope Police Departments that use a gravel pit of ours for shooting, target practice, etc. And we're having to look at the bylaw with respect to times allowed, etc., for expelling firearms. So it is something that is under review, and we are definitely looking at it. But with respect to this application and the zone permitted use of that land, it is not zoned to be used for this purpose that you bring forward today. And until we have an application, there really isn't much that we can do on it other than it's not permitted. So we can continue to look after the property with respect to enforcement. And then until something comes forward to council to make a further decision on, that's something we'll have to do. And then the firearms bylaw will ultimately come back to council through a meeting as well. And when that is put on the agenda, then if it's open for comment, then at that time you'll be able to as well, but you'll be able to follow that process.
Deputy Mayor?
Through your Mayor Local, it sounds like things are in motion. There isn't any application before us, as our planner Tracy has said. So that has answered some of my questions, and I look forward to the bylaws coming forward and just keeping abreast of the situation. Thank you.
Go ahead. Councilor
Through
Bloom.
you, your worship, to Michelle. So Michelle, is this group operating there right now? Are you hearing gunshots and everything right now, or is that?
Sometimes on the weekends, but it's very hard to tell if it's a commercial operation or not. Because there, like I said, there are other people in our little valley who like to shoot and are target practicing and, maybe hunting. And that's, that's okay. There was a month and a half period in the summer where it was really a lot more consistent. So, and also if the owner's on this property and they want to target shoot or whatever they're doing, I know they're permitted. So I do know that they're also only supposed to allow, even if by invite, 10, if they're hunting pheasant, 10 redneck pheasants a year on the property. I do have one question for you, if I may. The last
You should be asking. it.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So I was at the delegation when the Janingas were here and put forward a request for the communication to the ministry that they are permitted based on the current zoning. And so I guess that's going to be denied or that has been denied?
Tracy, you want to comment?
I would expect the repair, but that's their perception. Our stand is the one that I did not, and these that if they want to establish these, they have to go through application process. And there is a public process involved. Reasonable application. So if they make an application, you live within.
Live or property? Like resident or residences or the property?
Based on. Their value.
Okay. Further questions? I'll read them. The motion. That council of the township of Allen McCullough receive the delegation and the written information provided by Michelle Levy for information. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Booth. Seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any further questions? All in favor? Motion is carried. Thank you very much for taking the time to come make your presentations. Next, we have the approval of minutes. And those are for the regular council meeting minutes of May 16th, 2023. And the special council session meeting minutes of June 20th, 2023. Can I get a mover and a seconder for those? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any questions or comments? All in favor? That's carried. And the next one is for the meeting minutes of September 26, 2023. Be it resolved, the municipal planning meeting minutes of September 26, 2023 be approved. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? That motion's carried. Next, we have business arising from those previous minutes. Seeing nothing, we'll move on to item 8, which is the planning report for site plan control at the St. Anne Spa report. And we're going to have our senior planner, Tracy Webster, do a presentation. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning. Back in June 21st, 2022, council approved bylaw 83/2022 to establish a site plan control committee to approve site plan applications. That bylaw authorizes the mayor and the clerk to sign agreements once approved. This was done in response to amendment to section 41 of the Planning Act by Bill 109, which requires site plan approval to be done by staff member, officer, or agent of the municipality. Section 9 of 1 of bylaw 83/2022 requires the site plan committee to inform council of site plan control agreements in the form of a report. Back in June 1st of this year, the site plan committee did approve a site plan for St. Anne's Spa. And an agreement was executed on October of 2023. The approval will result in the construction of 16 new guest suites, a yoga studio, and a future day spa. The guest rooms will be located in cottage style buildings along an internal lane, which replaces a previously approved building addition.
The applicant had addressed all department and agency concerns, which led to the approval of the application. And if anybody wants to see the drawings, they are available in our office. Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy. I think that was, there was a presentation in Rose Neath. I think, that was in June, maybe. You referred to it anyways. I can't remember the date, but I'm pretty sure that's the time we saw those, plans. Okay, any questions for Tracy? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logo, I'm gonna pop in at some point and just refresh my memory on that. And while I was reading this, where it's saying 6 new guest suites, I'm just wondering, looking at this, where we can incorporate maybe smaller or more units on properties to kind of coincide with the housing shortage. So that's kind of, I look forward to a discussion with you, Tracy, to see where we can incorporate something like that, but I'd like to refresh my memory on this as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved, the council of the township of Alma Calderwood received the site plan control report, St. Anne Spa, for information. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Are there any further questions or discussion? Go ahead, Councillor.
Just to build on what you were saying, I am pleased to see that there's some purpose-built accommodations for tourists. That's nice to see.
All in favor? Motion's carried. And the next one is a request from Councillor Ainsworth regarding 50 Merrill Road. And I believe that Tracy, you have a comment?
Yes, there is a memo and I think it was going to be distributed on this topic. So on October 23rd, Councilor Ainsworth made the motion that staff contact Northumberland County Planning Department to get an update on the Bridgman severance at 50 Merrill Road in Roseneath. Back in January 5th of 2022, staff had sent a letter which was intended to be attached. I'll make sure that that is forwarded along to Dwayne Campbell, requesting the property be remapped, removing it from the agricultural designation. I followed up with Dwayne Campbell and he advised that that request is being reviewed by the county through their review of the agricultural mapping as part of the Northumberland County official plan review. That work is ongoing. Staff will bring forward a subsequent recommendation report based on the outcome of that review, or in the event that the province changes the provincial policy statement in a way that would affect the previous recommendation on the application.
Thank you, Tracy. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logo. Thanks, Tracy, for following up on that. It really doesn't move us any farther ahead with this severance with the Bridgmans. And I feel almost embarrassed about it all as sitting here and, you know, and their neighbors around them are getting severances, which is usable farmland that's being used as farmland, but maybe not designated under the zoning as farmland, and they're getting all these severances around them. So it's disheartening for them. It's been going on for 4 years. And I would like to just see us keep pushing on this here and trying to make something happen for this family. It's been very frustrating and I wish I had the magic wand to make it happen.
Thank you. Further comments? Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
Just that this has been before us several times and we've heard the same answer again and again. And we did indicate the last time that it came before us that until something changed, there was no point of coming back. So I know that you want to help them, Counselor Ainsworth, but until something changes, really, I don't think this issue should be coming back for us.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, just the one extra comment. All the people that I have talked to, right to MPP Pacini's office, says that this council has the power to make that decision over the county, over the province. I know we have the provincial policy statement that we have to go by. And you know, we're looking for some things from Mr. Pacini's office to try to help us with this here. It is an ongoing thing, and I'm not going to stop because something hasn't changed, because if I don't stop, nothing's going to change. So we need to work with this family and try to make this happen, because everyone that knows about this property is just shaking their head that it's lost in the politics of it all. So when everybody that I talk to tells me that this council has the right to pass this, will there be repercussions? Maybe, but everybody's saying that's like very, very highly doubtful that anything would happen if we made that decision.
Thank you. Further comments? You know, Mike, I tend to agree with you. However, that's what the policies are, and I think we have to, staff are recommending we follow the policy. And I think we have to, and I kind of agree with Mary Catherine too, and I don't know whether you call it Nancy, but it's come up, and we haven't said we aren't going to do nothing about it per se, you know, wait. And that really shouldn't come up on the table again until we hear it back from the minister. Am I correct on that or not? From a procedural standpoint of view?
For you, Mayor Local, typically the procedure bylaw states that an item should not come back within a 12-month period once it's been dealt with by council.
Unless one of the members says that I've changed my mind, and then it
And then there is a process, correct?
yeah. But I do encourage you, Tracy, to stay on or keep in contact with the county, as you know, on a regular basis, to make sure that they are considering that. Further discussion? I have the motion. Whereas a notice of motion was submitted by Councillor Ainsworth and it appeared on the October 3rd, 2023 council agenda, stating that staff contact Northumberland County Planning Department to get an update on the Bridgman severance at 50 Merrill Road in Roseneath. Be it resolved that the council consider this matter at today's council meeting. Could I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Booth. Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any questions or comments? All in favor? The motion is carried. And then we have another resolution on this same topic. Whereas a notice of motion was submitted by Councillor Mike Ainsworth requesting that the staff contact Northumberland County Planning Department to get an update on the Bridgman severance at 50 Merrill Road in Roseneath. Be it resolved that the council of the Township of Allen-McCullough received the updated from the senior planner regarding 50 Merrill Road for information. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover. Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have a report from the Treasury Department. And it's regarding the Conservation Authority's levy report from the treasurer. He's not going to be here. Okay.
Well, she's online.
Do you want me to go ahead, Mayor?
Yes, if you were planning on doing a presentation, yes.
So I just wanted to actually add to my report. If you look at the financial impact section of my report, you'll see that the 2024 information for the Ganaraska Region Conservation Area was still outstanding. However, I've since been in touch with Deputy Mayor Stover, and she did provide me with some preliminary information on October 19th that the proposed levy for the Ganaraska Region Conservation Area is $14,269.01, which is an increase of $444.84, which is a 3.2% increase over 2023.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions for Nicole? Go ahead, Councillor Booth.
Maybe not so much for Nicole, but just a comment that this report really disturbs me because I'm looking at over the last 4 years, Lower Trent has raised it by 37% compared to Ganaraska, which is 11.2%. And I'd be really happy to see if the town can make sure that Rhonda is invited to come and speak to us to maybe explain to this. I guess one of my questions would be too, and I'm not sure whether you can answer this, Nicole, or not, is what's the billing model for the conservation areas? Do they do it, for example, like the OPP here? Do they bill us on a per property basis? Or, like, do we pay so much per household in the township, or do we know how they do it?
I believe they do it by your assessment. But maybe Nicole could correct me on that.
Through you, Mayor, that's my understanding, but I can definitely look into that and get that information back to council.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
Just building on that, would it be possible for that to come similar to the OPP as the base cost for property? So that we can actually compare Lower Trent versus Ganaraska. I seem to recall a number of years ago that Lower Trent was trying to do some catch up to make that closer, but it was a long time ago and I would really like clarification now.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Lovell.
Are we asking Nicole stuff or do we want to go read the resolution and get a debate?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe I've got one here that can use. 9A. Okay, here's the resolution. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Allen McCullough receive and file the Treasurer's Report Conservation Authority levies dated October 24th, 2023, and the correspondence received from the Lower Trent Conservation. Did I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Councillor Ainsworth, you have the, well, unless you want to go first?
I'll let him speak first and then listen to what he says and then I'll make a comment.
Through you, Mayor Lovell. So there is an avenue that we can review this through the Land Tribunal Act, through the Conservation Authorities Act. And it might be something that council needs to look at and go through this procedure and give us an option on the 18.8% increase. I'm just throwing that out there.
Go ahead.
A comment through your worship, maybe to both our representatives on the conservation committees. That's a good thing, Mike, what you mentioned, that we can apply to the Ontario Land Tribunals Act to talk about amounts owing. I guess my question is to you two, if you could possibly find out for us, this is good information about the financial impact, but would it be possible to find out from each of your organizations how many staff in the last 5 years that they have converted to full-time staff and continued hiring. I could be wrong on this, and maybe you can double check it, Joan, but I believe when I sat on Ganaraska, when the COVID thing hit, Ganaraska's conservation area was, their motto was they were realizing they're not going to have the money come in and everything, and any staff that were temporary or part-time or that, they were laying them off trying to cut costs, when it looks like to me Trent is the exact opposite, that they're hiring more people on. And even with Mr. Ford and him deregulating or getting rid of some of the things that conservation areas are supposed to do, it looks like Trent is still hiring more staff. So I'd be interested to know, if possible, you could find out at your next meetings, is how many staff have they brought on? Like, how much has staffing increased? That would be it. Thank you.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Mayor Logal, I think Councillor Booth, you touch on a very valid point. We did discuss the increase when I was on the tour at Ganaraska. And I think there's two things happening here. There's a governance, and then there's the managerial portion of this. And this is what you're touching on. I guess my words, is it running as efficient as it should with the amount of people, or is it overstaffed? And I think or not necessarily overstaffed, but is it, I guess, getting back to the point, is it running as efficiently as it should when they come to the municipalities asking for an 18 or a 19% increase? And I'm not sure where this whole thing fits in. I guess if the questions that you're asking, I guess I could find them out from the Ganaraska section on the staff that they do have. And through your Mayor Logal to Councillor Ainsworth, the staff that Lower Trent has. The other thing is, with Ganaraska, we have 11,000 acres that we manage. I don't know how many thousand acres that Lower Trent. So you kind of have the two components here, and this maybe is bringing it to a head that we need to know maybe more. And we would get that from our Lower Trent representative.
I have Councillor Ainsworth next.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Logal. So that excuse me. Sorry that Rhonda couldn't be here today because she was in Trent Hills. So she is coming to do a presentation, and I'm positive that she will be able to answer a lot of these questions, but it would be a good idea to maybe shoot off an email to Rhonda with some of these questions like we did here in the last couple of weeks, and see if we could get some replies. And I know there's so much behind it all that I can't explain at this time, but I'm sure she'll have all the answers for you.
First of all, Mike, I don't think, I could be wrong, but I don't think she has made arrangements to come to speak to
No.
council.
She was going to try to come, but it's conflicting with Trent
Yes.
Hills. So I know she wants to come.
Okay, so do we have to invite her then, or?
Through you, Mayor, my understanding is that this has to go before the board for the Conservation Authority on November the 9th. We don't have a council meeting until November 14th.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I just want to reiterate that I don't feel like I can compare apples to apples, because I'm not clear on if there's differences in service levels, differences in staffing levels, and differences in the cost per property between the two. So while it may look like a big increase, I don't even know. I'm just saying that I'm just proving my own point, that I have no idea, that I don't know, because I don't have anything that are apples to apples, and the cost per property and the service levels are the two things I think I would like to know.
I think if I can make a comment, I didn't realize it until I read all this stuff over the weekend regarding the Lower Trent, but there are, to address what you said, Deputy Mayor, there are different properties that they manage. Some are owned by the Conservation Authority. And my question to you, is that 11,000 acres owned? They own 11,000.
I'm pretty sure that is my understanding that they own and manage 11,000 acres. And I believe that's what the Ganaraska Conservation Forest is.
Okay, so.
And in that encompasses the properties that they have and they operate.
Okay.
But I can get the clarification. on
And
that.
perhaps Mike's, the impression I got from the Ganaraska is they own some property, but a lot of it is,
From Lower Trent, you mean?
yes, I'm sorry, the Lower Trent. They own some property, but a lot of that is privately owned that they still represent the Conservation Authority for that type stuff. So I guess it'd be kind of nice to know, and I will make one other comment. My understanding is in the previous council that they thought the the Lower Trent's increases were high, and they made mention of that and sent letters, I believe, saying, what can you do to reduce your costs? And I don't believe they ever got the answer they were hoping for. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Councillor Booth.
Well, I can tell you, I know I sat on Ganaraska last year and Councillor Mike Flip sat on the Lower Trent, and we had concerns then. And it just goes to show you, like, I mean, to me, there's got to be some explanation. 37% compared to 11 is huge. And I like what Councillor O'Neill said. I'd like to know, break it down for us, as what each household is paying then for this service. Because some of the things that I see on here, well, we're larger, this, that, and everything else. That doesn't mean anything when you're larger if a lot of it is private property and stuff like that. It's a service you provide to us. And what is it costing? So I like the way the OPP does it, which is, it's $4 and whatever per household, and it's very easy to look at, right? So I welcome having the person come, and I'm hoping Councillor Ainsworth then at the meeting, I'm not sure how it would proceed, that, I mean, I'm hoping you're going to object to this. I can't see us as council going to the public and telling people that, guess what, 19% increase this year. If we did that with our budget, none of us are going to be here the next time. I'll tell you that for sure.
I'm not sure if anyone would want to. Our clerk, Nancy has suggested that if we want to request some specific information, that we need to make a motion towards that. And, Greg, you were asking for some stuff, and so were you, like, so if we wanted to do that, then we should be putting that in the motion.
Sure.
I was just going to say we invite her, and then she be open to questions, and we can ask her whatever questions come up.
If I may, through you, Mayor, so if council would like to have a special meeting, again, it's my understanding that the board is meeting and deliberating on the budget on November the 9th. So our next regular meeting's on the 14th. So that would have to be part and parcel of that. If you were inviting a representative from the Conservation Authority to speak with council, that would have to be a special meeting. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Having listened to the discussion, I think the information that we would like is the base cost per property, the service levels, and to request that from both of Ganaraska and Lower Trent Conservation, so we have some ability to compare. And I believe there was also discussion of the staffing levels and wanting to know about that.
And just to carry on from that, I think there was, I recall them mentioning that they wanted to increase by 2.25 FTEs, full-time equivalents.
Right.
That was the request.
That was the question about staffing, if
Yeah,
we want to
and I
clarify
believe
it.
that was a lot of their 18% cost. Correct?
I think that's that's what they were saying, that they're wanting to make this. So I, again, through your Mayor Logo, we're kind of getting into managerial, the manager and the governance part of this. And where do we fit? I know we're the people funding this, but we can't make the decision if we don't know the answers. So I'm just wondering, the timeline and the legalities of us not passing this. Is this something that we are legally able to do? Until, delay it until our meeting in November.
Go ahead.
Through your mayor, what I'd recommend is that you ask for the presentation. And that your responsibilities fall with understanding the information being presented. And whether or not you want to vote to agree with it or not. And then I understand through discussion with Mayor Logo and other municipalities to understand the entire impact of the increase. And whether or not the municipalities surrounding and their councils agree with the direction. And then come back through that process. That way you don't get involved with the actual management of it.
That's what I was concerned about.
Okay, so we've got a couple things. Go ahead, Mike.
Well, through you, Mayor Logo, so I just want to, ask again, do we want to entertain the land tribunal?
Go ahead.
I'm not sure. Maybe I didn't read it properly, but do you need 2/3 of the people of the board to go for that, or can just one municipality request that? And Mike, through your worship to Mike, how do the other municipalities feel? I mean, a lot of them on there, cramming everybody else are looking at 17, 18%, which is huge, right? And for some of them, not as huge because, if they're $50,000, 17% isn't that bad compared to 100,000, but how are they feeling? I'm sure some of them must be feeling squeezed too.
Through you, Mayor Logo, so I believe maybe 4 or 5 have signed already.
My understanding of that's two different things though.
Yeah.
And I could be wrong. One is the MOU, which is the understanding which they've asked us to sign, and the other one is the budget. And aren't they two different things?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's here today.
Well, there's another part that has a letter in it too. Anyways, I'm hearing from staff that we should, I think both of them said that we should see if we can't get the manager, the executive director or whatever, Rhonda here and ask her those questions before they have their board meeting. Is that what I'm hearing the recommendations are?
Mayor Logo, I believe that was Councillor Booth's ask, and if that is council's request, then I would follow through with that.
Is that right, Councillor Booth?
Yeah, if as the clerk said, Nancy, if we have to meet with her before, I'm not sure because I'm just reading her letter and it's talking about coming back with a draft budget in December and stuff like that, but it says if changes are directed, the revised draft budget will be presented to the board at the December 14th meeting. So I'll leave it whatever. I mean, preferably it's probably best to speak with her and have her presentation before final decisions are made, and we could then express our unhappiness with the 19% increase.
Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
I mean, 19% is jumping out and we're really focused on that, but this is a $23,000 line item in a $7 million budget. I'm not sure it warrants a special meeting.
Okay. Any other discussions? You need to make the motion, right?
Go ahead, Nancy.
If it's all right with Councillor Booth through you, Mayor, that council direct staff to invite the Lower Trent Conservation Authority staff person to address council with a presentation concerning some of the issues that were discussed today, including the number of staff conversions for part-time or contract staff to full-time staff that have taken place within the last 5 years. And additionally, information relating to a breakdown per household in terms of the township's number of households and looking at the finances like that, as well as linked with that, the base cost per property and the service levels. And further that the meeting with council with their staff person, be it a regular council meeting if possible, if the timing permits it, in terms of when they are finalizing their budget.
And if not,
And if not, a special meeting will be called
prior to
prior to the date that,
November 9th.
yeah.
Are you okay with that motion?
Just like it came right out of my mouth. Very good. Thank you, Nancy. And I agree with what you're saying, Councillor Neil, but if it means that we have to get our comments into her before, then we're gonna have to have a meeting. And I know it's only a small snippet, but still, to me, 19% increase. I don't care if it's 19% on $10 or $1 million. I think somebody that's asking for a 19% increase has to come and explain themselves to us, then why? Thank you.
When you state it that way, I'm sure if one of Dave's staff brought in something with 19%, we'd be wanting to ask some questions. Okay, but anyways,
So I make that motion. Thank you.
can I get a seconder for that motion? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have a report from Treasurer regarding the Haldeman Memorial Arena financial information. And Nicole, you're still there? I see you.
I am.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So I don't really have anything to add to this report. I know council had requested I provide some of the financial information that is in the financial impact section of my report. So I would be open to any questions that council may have.
Any questions from council? Go ahead, Mike.
To you, Mayor Logo, more of like, where are we going with this? Like,
Yeah, okay, I think we'll address the report first, and then that's a good question after we've decided that I've read the resolution.
Okay.
Does anybody else? Go ahead.
Just clarification, Nicole, through you, your worship, to Nicole. So if I'm reading this right, the ARL for the 2023 limit means that the town could have had an ARL of 1.8 million. And we're sitting at 319,000. Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Through you, Mayor, that is correct. So we are well below the limit that we are given from the province.
Yeah, and that's a good thing. And I think the reason why council asked that is because when we were discussing this, we didn't really know what our debt load was. And we were like, are we on the line? Are we way, are we low or whatever? So it shows we are low, right? Although low in some people's eyes maybe, but to me, $319,000 a year that we're currently paying, for the next 30 years is huge. But okay, thank you very much for the report, Nicole.
And if I can comment, just carrying that along a little bit, $1.8 million on a budget of 7.5 really cuts an awful lot into paying for, everyday stuff, as well as capital and et cetera. So I think that is a nice lofty number out there, but I would hate to
Go anywhere near it.
put our taxpayers in that type of position to have to pay. Okay. I'm going to read the resolution. Be resolved that the council of the township of Alma Culver receive and file the treasurer's report, Haldeman Memorial Arena financial information dated October 24th, 2023. Can I get a move and seconder? Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Booth. Deputy Mayor, do you have a comment?
Well, to you, Mayor Logo, one of the things that I'm looking at, this 1.8 million, and we're at the 3. But as we start getting into our budgets, for 2024, each percent, I believe, is around 60,000. Nicole, is that it? I'm just thinking that looking at all the figures, we really need to be cautious to make sure that we have everything that we need to run the municipality. And when we start thinking about the arena and the different places, what actually can we afford? So that is kind of got me sweating a little bit.
Okay, just to clarify, 1% is probably more like 75,000.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Roughly.
Times are changing.
Pardon me,
Times are changing.
Councillor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to Nicole. So Nicole, the building of the new well, which is 1.8 million or somewhere around there, and I know there was government money. Will that affect our ARL? Is that coming from the township to cover the cost, and then the people that use the system eventually pay it back? So will that?
Through you, Mayor, we are not doing any debt financing for the well. What we have agreed to do is use funds that are currently in the municipalities' reserves to cover until the funding comes through from the province and the feds, rather than go out to get a debenture or anything like that. So when we did look at it, we will be able to fund that until the funds come through from the province and the feds.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor Logo. So again, I'm just wondering where we're going with this, and also there's you know, we have a substantial donation sitting in the weeds there waiting for us to use. That's not part of this here. So this number really isn't a true number. And it's you know, I kind of wonder where we're going with this here again, just to like, are we, you know, what do you want from council for this report? Are we going to give you direction here, or are we going to start a process?
I think, Dave, do you want to comment?
Sure, I can. Thanks, Mayor Logo, and through you. So just to address one thing with respect to the 300,000 versus the 1.8. Certainly, it's never a good thing to operate at your maximum debt load ratio. However, there is a certain amount of debt that is healthy debt that is required for growth and sustainability of your business. I just wanted to put that out there. The other part about the donation for the arena and why it is not in the report is because there is a bit of a requirement that these funds are used appropriately and part of an appropriate process. So we actually, through conversation, want to back up the process with respect to the arena. We've had 3 individual reports done it over a period of 10 years, if not longer. We would like to come back to council to do a small strat plan exercise on the arena itself. And then we would like to go to public meeting to gather information and let the public speak on what it is that they want or don't want. When we gather that information and prepare somewhat of a Coles Notes list of requirement, then we do have cooperation with our donor to go forward for a project schematic or concept of what the project might look like. Through the process, we will identify whether council supports the idea, wants the idea, yes or no. And we'll also understand whether our public wants the project, yes or no. And then from that, we will take those details and put together what that might look like. And then that will come back to council for further direction and also come back to our treasurer department to see how we can financially put the project together. But I think it should be clear that if we just sit here and look at reports and we don't gather the necessary information from our taxpayers, that we really are just going to keep spinning our wheels. So in a meeting that I had with Brian and also with Jen, I asked them to put on hold their research for what it would cost to replace the ice or the boards, because of our meeting with our supporter, that it was identified that we need a proper process, and our supporter needs to be confident that the process we're going to follow is appropriate. And then we will render and end up at the ultimate decision that we need to make. And that will be, I think, a great feat for this council to make over the next year.
I guess my only comment to that would be, yes, we have had some data collected by outside companies, but we never did carry it that much farther and get actually staff reports, or we had council, I believe we had council members' opinions, but not very much to work with. And I think you're absolutely right. We need to go to the public to get some information. Mary Catherine?
I'm just picking up on your point there. We do have a going to the public, which is our Recreation, Culture and Community Development Committee, and they have all actually made a recommendation to Jennifer Steen that the recreation budget include complete structural assessment and long-term needs assessment for the Haldeman Memorial Arena. So that came forward in July, and we reiterated it, or they reiterated it during this discussion last night. It was a very good meeting last night, very productive. But yes, that's, we do have a committee. We asked them for their opinion, and that's what they've said. So it's all aligning nicely.
Go ahead. Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Logo, thank you for that, CAO Dawson. That is exactly what we need to do. I like your direction. And I do like the fact that the donor is really in line with what you're saying. So thank you for that. CEO Dawson, you mentioned a healthy debt through your Mayor Logo. What would our healthy debt look like? Ratio, I mean.
Through your Mayor Logo. So that would be a conversation for us to have with Nicole and our treasurer. And when we look at our overall financial health of the township being the corporation, that is something that we could understand in the future.
Good.
I don't have that information before me now, nor would I speculate for you. But definitely, I think through the research and working together, we can find it.
Thank you.
And I think if I can just continue on with a little bit more with what you were saying, you're planning on doing the strategic plan very quickly.
Thank you, Mayor Logo. So the strategic plan we are hoping to do in November with council. It will be at either one or both of the meetings. Our strategic plan we need to do overall for our township anyway for the next several years, at least your term of council. And we will be looking at our individual departments and significant items like the Memorial Arena as part of that process. So that is what we're hoping to do there. And then we have discussed holding a public meeting the first week in December.
Oh, very good.
And then from that, we will move forward.
Any further questions? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Logo. So I just wonder if we thought far enough, because 6 months from now, the ice comes out. So, if we're going to make a decision, we need to make a decision on a timely manner that's going to have, I guess if it's Chemco, ready to hit the ground running.
Okay.
So I can answer that, Mayor Vogel. So Councillor Ainsworth, what we want to do is identify the process for moving forward. And we feel that the process will identify the answers to the questions that need to be asked that will provide us the direction to move forward. We will move forward as quickly as we can, given the information we receive. to put a fast stop deadline on it because it has taken so long up until this point. Probably won't be appropriate at this time, but we'll definitely do our best to persevere.
Okay, thanks.
Any other comments? We didn't get it. We did it with a second. Okay. I'm gonna maybe carry on for another to this next one, then we'll take a 10-minute break because I know we've been going for 2 hours now. Can we do the next one first?
I'd desperately like to have the fans turned off if I could, but I think I can wait 10 minutes or 15 for that.
The next one is the budget levy increase. And
No,
no,
IT.
IT, I'm sorry. I missed it then. Well, you want to go for a break? Yeah, let's take a 10-minute break. Can I get a mover in a second to take a 10-minute break? Moved by Councilor Neal, second by Councilor Ainsworth. All in favor? Motion's carried. We'll be back at 11:45.
Thank
Okay, we're going back into regular council. Yep. And we're going on to item 9C, which is the IT maintenance agreement. And Nicole, if you're still there, I believe you are, can you take us through this one?
Absolutely. So as you know, the IT agreement had come to council, and council had directed that staff seek legal counsel as well. Mayor Logal, yourself and Councillor Ainsworth met with me and met with our former CAO. And so just to summarize, I'm actually quite happy with where we ended up. Our legal counsel advised us of a number of things that they felt would make the agreement fair on both sides. Those were discussed with yourself and Councillor Ainsworth. And we were able to make this agreement so that all parties are considered. So I think that's all been detailed in my report, but I just wanted to let you know that my feeling on this is that we really are in a good place at this point for a really good cost sharing agreement that will allow us to move forward and have very consistent and secure IT support. So.
Thank you, Nicole. Any questions for Nicole? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
This is through your Mayor Logal. This is maybe not something to do with this per se, but when I looked at what this agreement is dealing with our buildings, then I looked at the library and noticed that that is not included in this. And I'm just wondering, moving forward to tidy that up, would that be not a better plan to work at including everybody, and then you're not having separate IT programs or IT people coming in?
You want to handle that, Dave?
No, I'm good to hear more discussion.
Okay. Go ahead.
I can tell you through you, your worship, I brought it up to the library and they said they're not interested at this time. They're very happy with the IT services that they have. They reminded me that they're separate from the town and they can make their own decisions. So it's like, okay, I mentioned to them that, you know, there's possibly cost savings in that and they're happy with what with where they're at right now. So it was brought up to them.
Mayor Logal?
Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logal then to Councillor Booth. I think that they owe a responsibility to the municipality to work on figuring out, are they getting better bang for their buck going that route? That's just my thought.
You wanna
Um,
comment, Dave?
Yeah, through your Mayor Logal, Counselor Stover. Pardon me,
Deputy Mayor.
Deputy Mayor.
That's okay. I'm part
glad
of the
that you
group.
reminded
I'm
me.
part. I'm
Deputy
part
Mayor
of the
Stover.
group. I'm part of the group.
I can tell you that one of the things that Chair Bill Harrison and I will be working on in the future is a MOU between the township and the library. But with respect to their business endeavors and business practices, I do believe we need to respect the act, and they are on their own to manage their own affairs.
If just one more comment, I do understand that they do govern themselves. And I think it would be good to know the price comparison.
Councillor O'Neill.
I do think this has implications though back to the municipality because you're listing in here that we're providing hardware support to these facilities, but there is none. Like, for example, in Centerton, the only option you have is to go in as a library guest, even when you are in the community center portion of the building. And then we've got buildings listed on here that do not have any, like Fernandville, for example, doesn't have any access unless you've got your own data. So anyway, that's just that. But my bigger concern is, and I don't know if it's concern, but it's a request, thought, is they came to us last year at budget time.
I think we're getting a little bit off the subject because this is questions we're supposed to ask Nicole.
Oh, it is.
So-
I did send this in to her previously, if I could.
Okay,
There.
I thought you were getting a debate.
No, it was that this has been an ongoing thing with technology, and this is one piece of the puzzle. This is a hardware. But there's also all of the software and technology in general, and I know that's in all likelihood coming up next week or whenever we get through our strategic plan, next meeting, I should say. Anyway, it is the question of how does this fit in with the overall technology plan for the township?
Nicole? Do you want to comment on that, or are you?
Through you, Mayor, I want to comment actually on a couple of things, and one, the discussion about the library. As you may recall, when we had our original closed session meeting, the county did make us aware that they do not support the libraries under these shared maintenance agreements. And my understanding is due to the fact that they are governed by a different body. So that isn't even something that we could be offered through this agreement. So I just wanted to make that clear. As far as other locations, they are all included within that agreement to ensure that if at any point we were to have any services at those facilities, that they would be covered under the agreement. So that was something else that I just wanted to clarify. And as far as overall technology, what our real hopes are is that by starting with this maintenance agreement, we can start looking at our goals and technology moving forward. We're currently not in a position, our systems aren't even at a minimum standard where I feel comfortable even starting to look at options and plans for future development within IT. And I know that when the county did come to us and did their presentation again, that was done to council, that there are a number of projects that we could be doing going forward that we just don't have the resources to attack right now, that we can always get support from the county to do that. Now that wouldn't necessarily be included in the contract before you. As they say in that contract, if there's additional things outside the regular maintenance, then we would need to go through a quote process. So I hope I've answered that question.
Thank you, Nicole. I'll read the resolution. Be it resolved that the council of the township of Allen Coldham approve the IT standard service agreement with Northumberland County for a 3-year term. And further, that council direct the acting CAO and mayor to sign the agreement. Can I get a mover in a second? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Further discussion? Councilor Ainsworth.
Through you, Mayor Logo. I do respect the fact that we sent this agreement back to the county and we had some changes to kind of even the playing field. But I still have issues with the cost of this contract and the fact that we have nothing to compare it to. You know, should we not maybe have a couple more people coming in and looking at our system and seeing what we need, give us a quote on both the system and maybe some IT help in the background, or maybe even training someone here that can maybe help look after it. It's $200,000 for 3 years with the county that we're going to give them. And if we decide to change it at the end of 3 years, then we're going to come up with more money. I would sooner see us do a little more legwork and look at a couple of more companies to come in and just give us a quote on the stuff and the systems that we need. And I just, you know, it's a lot of money for a 3-year deal that maybe we might change down the road. I would just like to see us, you know, there's no RFP here. We didn't get any other quotes or anything. It just seems like the county was just put on the pedestal and we're gonna take their product, but I don't see it as a good move. We need some more information and we need some more quotes and from other people.
Okay, Nicole, I think you're probably the person that's been involved in this longer than anybody else. Would you like to make a comment on that?
I'll make a short comment, Mayor Logal. I know it's been discussed before that the whole reasoning behind going this route is that it is a cost sharing model versus you know, if we went out to RFP, we'd be dealing with markups on both time and material, and that's something that we're dealing with today. Comparison to what we're paying now, this is less. With the within this agreement, it is also saying that if we are using less than the time estimated under the agreement, then we will be compensated for that and we will see reductions going forward. It will work both ways, but as we hopefully become more efficient, there's potential for actually seeing a reduction in time that would be spent. So that would be my hope. But I just wanted to reassure you that in looking at as well at other municipalities that have been using the county's services, they are very happy with the service that they've been provided and have found that there's definitely cost savings to doing so.
And I guess I'll just kind of to carry that on, Nicole, from what I've heard from other member municipalities that have switched over from wherever to the county, they are very pleased with their services compared to what they had before. Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logal. So again, here's $10,000 for the county to come in and set this up. It doesn't tell us whether it's 2 days or 2 weeks to do it. You know, and then they want $44,928 a year for service calls. It doesn't tell us if it's 10 minutes a week or 10 hours a week.
No, that doesn't
Right.
tell us.
Like it's everything's rounded off in a ball figure. They may use it or they may not use it. Sure, there might be a reduction at the end of the year or a rebate, but I just don't like it. Just doesn't look good for us. Like, tell us what give us. If they got an hourly rate in there for their employees that come down and do this, then why don't we set up work orders and have it just paid for by the hour after the equipment's installed? What comes to the part where, say, like down the road, Nicole starts to get a little smarter on the system and starts fixing our own stuff. She doesn't have to call the county. Do we send them in a work order for a rebate on the cost because she actually fixed it instead of them. So all these things need to be taken into consideration instead of signing this thing to saying that we're gonna give them $200,000 in 3 years for this equipment and all the service to back it up.
Well, if Nicole happens to be doing that work, wouldn't that come off the bill? Because they're not doing the work.
Doesn't say that. So I'm just saying it, just, what ifs, I understand that. But I would just like to see staff reach out to some other people and get some other quotes and some other service agreements and compare it.
Comments from staff? Nicole, you want to make another comment? Or Dave? Anything else, Nicole? Okay, go ahead, Greg. Go ahead, Nicole.
Through you, Mayor, I really don't have a whole lot more to say other than I think that we've done the best to ensure that the things that Councillor Ainsworth is talking about are addressed in the agreement, such that if the time isn't being used, that gets scaled back, and that will be reviewed on an annual basis to ensure that that is the case. And it very much will be a ticket type process. They will be giving us an email that we will be submitting tickets through, and they will be responding based on that. So.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Nicole, but that was a concern that Mike and I had before we met with yourself and the former acting CAO, and that was one of the things that you asked them to change, and that was changed, I believe.
That's correct.
Thank you. Mike or Greg, you had your hand up?
Through you, your worship, I guess. I mean, I think we need to do something because I don't think any of us are happy, even the last council, with the current situation that we have and with cybersecurity and everything else. We want to make sure that we're not one of those municipalities that we're being hijacked and all of a sudden we can't do checks and stuff like that. I guess the Councillor Ainsworth's concerns is, I don't think, Mike, you can just have somebody come in and give you, take a look at the system and give you a price. If we're going to do it properly, we should be going out for an RFP. And then you have something to compare to, right? To say, what is the, I mean, we are saying, the county is saying it's not for profit and this and that and everything else. And we don't pay the jacked up prices, but we don't know what those prices are, right? So I agree with you. We don't have anything to compare to. Maybe this is really good, a really good deal, or maybe it's not. We don't know. But if we were to do it properly, and this is a large expense, this under the purchasing bylaw should be an RFP.
Go ahead.
Through your, Mayor Lobo, I think Nicole has explained this, that if we go the RFP model, it's going to cost more. This is the starting of this agreement. IT is expensive. It's just what it is. Maybe to alleviate some fears that we are being charged more than we are. Is this through your, Mayor Logo, to CAO Dawson? Is this something you guys talk about when the CAOs get together, or the clerks through Madam Clerk? Do you talk about what? And I mean, you're not just talking about Northumberland County. You're talking to other communities. Is this out of the ordinary?
I don't think Dave can answer that because he's never, I don't believe you've been.
Well, in the starting.
Yes, he was.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, and thank you for your question, Deputy Mayor Stover. This is not an uncommon thing to do. In municipalities where there are a number of lower tier municipalities, the member municipalities, if you will, and where there's a upper tier level, they're often looking at shared service agreements simply because it's proven again and again that the kind of services that they get are actually value for money, and the quality is really good. And I'm not just saying that about Northumberland County and the member municipalities who use the IT service, but it extends to a variety of things like archival services and different things where you're not getting the markup on things. That was one of the things that Nicole mentioned. It's truly sort of I believe it's looking out for each other's interests, and it's the township's going to get the benefits, but you may or may not think that I've got a bit of a bias, so that's.
And I guess one more thing, Mayor Logel, too, that this is a 3-year contract. So, I mean, at the end of 3 years, if we don't think it's working, I mean, that's,
Isn't it, can't you stop after 2 years? or
oh, is
one
it
year,
2? Well, there you go. You've
No, I
got
think
your out
there's a-
clause.
there's a 1 year, 3 months.
Oh, is
3
it-
months. that you
well,
can
it-
step out? Well, you can give them a 3-month,
So I can help clarify that in a couple of points. Deputy Mayor Stover
Thank you.
had commented that, you know, as people learn more about IT and more about the inner management of it, does it become less complicated and easier? The answer to that is yes. There's a significant reason why we can give a computer or an iPhone or a smartphone or tablet to a much younger generation and they figure it out like whiz kids. As our infrastructure becomes more and more user friendly, more available for us to manage our own, then that is definitely something that can be looked at. With respect to cloud storage and you're looking at malware, spyware, you name it. There are many different packages that you simply purchase today. When we look at our email running now through Outlook, we look to Microsoft to provide a fair bit of that for us. So when you're looking at the contract, can it be adjusted in the future? Yes, but there is a minimum here that you have to sign up for that you cannot adjust. With respect to the 3-month part, the reason why that was put in and that was discussed amongst the lawyer and Nicole was to service the point if in fact the service we were being provided was not adequate, which has to be provable, then a 3-month notice was acceptable. Outside of that, if you do not want to continue forward with this contract once you sign, you're still required to give a 12 months notice to do so. And a big reason for that is because I'm sure that the county, based on the amount of hours that they've identified that will be provided or can be provided, they probably need to look at their own staffing and ensure that they can provide that service. It is true, though, that when we look at the current contract and dollar value is based on the services that we have been being provided, then I would suggest that that would be a true statement from my knowledge or my understanding. I think that, you know, Nicole has done a great job with respect to putting the contract together and being a part of it. To Councillor Booth's point, does it satisfy the procurement bylaw that exists? Because of the fact that shared services isn't mentioned in the procurement bylaw, I don't know if that's enough to negate the fact that we're not following it. I think that the questions you're raising with respect to, you know, do we have enough information to make this decision? Then again, I would have to refer to my colleagues who have done that research and been part of that process where I have not. So I have a personal opinion, but I don't think that that matters in this case.
Thank you, David. Mayor Catherine, go ahead.
I'm hearing and thinking that we don't understand shared services. In theory, I like the idea of shared services because such a small municipality is going to need to tap into the expertise of the county. And, you know, it could be on ordering new vehicles or whatever it is. We need to tap into their expertise. But then there's this temptation to not have to be as accountable. And the one thing I did hear today that I hadn't heard before was the system that was going to be used to put those work orders in. And that would actually create the data to make a decision, because I do feel like we don't necessarily have enough data. And from what's been happening in the past, we know that it's a problem. We keep hearing its concerns, but there are a number of shared services. And I'm wondering if it would be worthwhile to spend some time at a future meeting and look at what that looks like, whether it's the new communications thing that's coming. Our Let's Talk and our website are already a shared service. So we already have a bunch going on, but just to understand exactly what shared services look like and how they operate, I think that would be worthwhile. And where they work well, and when in fact it creates a monster like that horrible system in the federal government when no one got paid for months. So we want to avoid those kinds of missteps.
I'm going to reread the resolution so everybody has it. Be it resolved, the council of the township of Allen-Wacholder approve the IT standard service agreement with Northumberland County for a 3-year term, and further the council direct the acting CAO and mayor to sign the agreement. And I've got that moved by Mike and seconded by the deputy mayor. All in favor? Opposed? Motion is carried. Next one is 9D, the budget levy increase report from the treasurer. Nicole, please go ahead.
So the CAO and I had discussed budget deliberations going forward and wanted to get some direction from council. So I have provided a number of details with regards to, you know, the state of our economy, cost of living, our asset management plan, all those sorts of details that really at the end of the day are going to impact our levy. And we're really just looking for a starting point with coming forward with the proposed levy for 2024. So my report really is detailing some of those items, but just, you know, for further information, we are wanting to be able to communicate with each of our department heads prior to sitting down with them, so that they have some direction on where we want to end up when we bring the draft forward to council.
Thank you, Nicole. I think I'll just ask the question. It looks to me like what you're basically saying is a 4% increase based on inflation, a 2.7 based on the asset management needs, and then growth is on top of that.
So yes, that would be correct. So the 2.7 is really for capital needs for the municipality to ensure that we're in compliance with our asset management plan.
Thank you. Any questions for Nicole? Go ahead, Greg.
Through you, your worship, to Nicole. Thank you, Nicole. I like this where we're getting this information in advance. I'm just wondering, I know you talk about in considering the target levy increase, the following issues must be considered. Is it possible at budget time, or even sooner if you can, that you talk about, for example, the gasoline price increase of 4.6%? I'd like to be able to see that at budget time is what we spent last year and what does that mean the increase is. Same as when it comes to the cost of living. So if staff was to get a 3% increase, what does that mean in dollars and cents? So that when we're talking about it, the budget, we can see some of these items that are non-negotiable. I mean, you can't negotiate the price of gas. It is what it is. So if it goes up $50,000, then that's something that council has, no control over. Because some of these are sort of a little bit misleading. It talks about the construction index rate is increased to 4.4%. Well, that's only going to come into play if in 2024 we do some construction. If we don't do any construction, then that 4.4% means nothing to us, right? So I'm just wondering if that's possible, Nicole, that come budget time, if we can have some of these base things that you're saying we have no control over, if we can see that way at budget time, it's going to be easier for us as council to say, listen, we've already got $100,000 more than last year and we don't have any choice for that. That's got to be paid.
For you, Mayor?
Yeah.
Absolutely, that's something that can be done during the budget process. If staff can just, if council could provide staff just some direction, if that's what they would like done, I can absolutely make sure that that's included.
Good, thank you. Mayor Catherine?
I believe this is the first time that we've seen something. We didn't have it last year anyway, where it's directly saying that 2.7 is being dedicated to our asset management plan. And I'm very pleased to see that we have a dedicated number to our asset management plan and that we are prepared to address the shortfall that was identified in our asset management report. So pleased to see that.
Yeah, just as a quick comment on that, Mayor Catherine, I've seen other municipalities that actually have a portion of the overall tax specifically for infrastructure and asset management plans. So I don't know if we want to do that or not, but it is kind of nice to be able to segregate out so the public understand that, this portion is for inflationary costs and regular costs, and this is to bring us up to date in our infrastructure, particularly our bridges and roads and buildings, and I guess and everything else, but particularly go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logo. Nicole, so are you looking at a 7.5% levy increase? If I'm reading it right on page 152.
It'll actually be higher.
Be higher than 7.
7.5 was last year.
No, 6.7.
Oh.
Through you, Mayor. Last year there was growth was 1.5%. I'm waiting for an update from MPAC in November to have our estimated growth figure. So if the 1.5 remained the same, then we would be looking at more than your 7.5. So 7.5 was last year. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I wasn't spouting at the wrong numbers, but you'd be looking at closer to 8.2%.
Hey, it's going to be through your Mayor Logo. It's going to be a tough budget. I can see now with the numbers and everything, and it's a start. And I think that's a good way to start and see where we go from there.
Thank you, Mary Catherine.
I interpreted it a different way, that the growth would actually reduce the amount that we had to collect through well, it is a type of taxation. It's a different type of taxation, but that it would actually be lowering it.
I think if you look at the overall money that comes in for taxes, it would be at the higher one. But the homeowner, person that's paying tax now, would be paying the 6.7.
Okay.
That's correct, Cole?
Not specifically, Mayor. I think you're thinking about the tax increase, and I wouldn't have those calculations. I would have to wait until I have the assessment roll, which won't come till later in the the year, and then I'd have a better idea of where the actual tax rate per ratepayer would be. So it truly, they would be impacted by the 8.2% levy, but does that relate to an 8.2% tax rate increase? Not necessarily. So that's where sometimes we get mixed up. As you recall, last year, I think it only related to about I think it was 5.8 or something like that percent increase in taxes versus the 7.5 that we actually had. So you, in some respects, you're right, because the growth portion, we've had a growth in assessment, so it does reduce what the actual tax rate is. But until I have those numbers, I can't give you an exact amount.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
And just, if you look at page number 3, it says the average Alnwick Haldeman Township home is assessed at 306. Therefore, if our 2024 taxes would normally increase by $120, but if the growth is the same as last year, which is 1.5, it's going to be $147.27. So that's another $27 it'll go up if the growth is 1.5. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
It's always going up, never coming down.
I'll read the resolution. Whereas the council of the township of Alnwick Haldeman reviewed the budget levy increase report prepared by the treasurer dated October 24th, 2023. Be it resolved, the council of the Alnwick Haldeman Township direct staff to prepare the first draft of the 2024 budget with a target base levy increase before growth of 6.7%. I can move in a second. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Comments from anyone? Go ahead, Councillor Stover, or pardon me. I'm looking at Councillor Ainsworth.
Do you, Mayor Logo? So I have some issues with this. I feel that we've talked many times about the budget. We've talked about lean management. We've talked about accountability and transparency and stuff. And we've talked about selling off surplus land that we have. And I'm just wondering, before we dig into the pockets of our residents again, can we not look at these things before we set a 6.7% increase? I remember conversations when you talk about fuel, we were going through the budget and it hadn't snowed in 3 or 4 days, but yet I seen the plow 8 times coming up and down my road. So to me, that's a waste. So I just want to be sure that we're doing everything that we can to run our ship, I guess, financially sound, instead of reaching into the taxpayers' pockets before we make this statement.
Good point. Go ahead, Greg.
I'll make a comment before the CAO. He was jumping at the buzzer too, but I'm hoping that this budget is different from all the budgets that I've been in the last 4 or 5 years. And I'm hoping with the new CAO that staff are looking line by line in their budget. Just because council says we think 4% is acceptable doesn't mean, hopefully, that staff just goes to their budget and say increase by 4%, increase by 4%. I'm hoping this year, this would be the first time ever if staff comes with a report to us to say, guess what? There are some things in here that we don't need.
Yeah.
For years, 3 years now, I've brought up the concern about subscriptions to magazines and stuff like that, and asked staff to look into it, that we were paying, I'm going to just jump out of ballpark, I think it was $35,000 or $30,000 a year in prescriptions and subscriptions and memberships. And we all know when we go downstairs, there's 6 copies of a magazine in all of our, files and stuff like that. Can we not have staff sit and look at it to say, do we need all of that? Can we not have, where I came from, where one magazine had 5 names on it at the top and you passed it around when you were done reading it? Simple stuff like that. I'm hoping this time that staff will actually come back and say, yeah, you know what? We don't need a 4% increase on this. Maybe it's even lower. I don't know.
Mhm.
But that's what I'm hoping for this time.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So through you, Mayor Logo, in conversations with Nicole, what we need to look at is what is actually capital versus operational. And we need to have a difference between those two, or at least move forward with that. The idea of coming to council with this information ahead of the budget is for our treasurer to provide you with the information that's happening out there in the public. Same as I'm sure that you are all paying attention. And it's to give us a projection or an idea of what might be acceptable that we can look at. The reason why it's coming to you before the budget process is because a lot of times in the budget process, our senior managers go at it blindly, meaning that what do you need? And it's pie in the sky. And then we come to you with just our wish list as opposed to a needs assessment. So if we know ahead of time and can preload our budget process, that we can take our percentage pie and roads department is 37 or 41, fires 12 or 13 as an example, and we know where the division is. So the senior managers know roughly an expectation of what might be coming their way as an increase so that they can look at creatively where to spend that money or where they might need it. It is true, though, if they don't need it, then we can certainly come back and let council know that. But that was the reason of this report, was to get an overall feel of what council might find acceptable. If you remember the 2023 budget process, I believe we ended up at a 5.2%. And then one of our councilors brought up, well, wait a minute, is that financially responsible? Because our other communities are looking at a certain percentage increase. And so it was decided that we settled on about a 5.7%, and the additional funds were put into fire reserves. I'm not sure if that's just because the senior manager won the issue paper report contest or how that went. But my point is, it was a great point to bring up. We ended up with extra funds, but we didn't do anything with it besides put it into reserves. So we need to have some very guided direction as to where are we headed in the overall big picture. And that entire thing comes into your point, Councillor Ainsworth, with respect to selling of an asset. And in our meeting with our potential supporter of the arena, Mayor Logo and I and Nancy actually had a very good conversation, almost like an education session, as to what you use the sale of an asset for to gain. What are you gaining? And you wouldn't sell an asset to gain in your operations. You would sell an asset to sustain your assets. So there are some significances that we need to look at. And that's some of the basis as to the conversation that went into the discussion with our treasurer, Nicole, with bringing this report to you. So we can identify ahead of time what we're facing so that you can have some input, and then we can provide some very clear direction to our managers. And then come back with hopefully what will be a very good, to Councillor Booth's point, 2024 budget process.
Thank you, Dave. Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
I didn't send this question in, but you've sort of touched on it already, so I'll just throw it out. And going back to last year, I think that was one of the things we could be very proud of, is that we made that step. It was a small step to put some money into asset management for fire. And yes, it did look like fire was the most ready and prepared with asset management thinking to be able to use it. But my question then is, this 2.7% that we've said is for asset management, that would be looked at township wide, correct? It wouldn't be that each department now has 2.7, or is that still in the argument between the senior managers, which is where I figure it still is, so you may not have an answer for me.
Through your mayor, so that answer I would go to our treasurer, because it wouldn't be right for me to answer that question. Our
Okay,
treasurer will
I'll
provide
save it.
that direction.
I'll save it.
No problem.
Through you, Mayor.
Yep.
The 2.7%, you are absolutely right. We won't be telling each department head that they have 2.7% from the levy. I will be doing a bit of an analysis before information goes out to our department heads. Because we do get some funding from sources that cover some of our road projects and things like that. So I will be looking at what we have coming in from funding versus what we need from the levy, and looking at our asset management plan and giving each of the departments a bit of direction. So, you know, we have departments like building and planning and things like that that don't tend to put the strain on our capital wish list, if you want to call it that. But other departments will, and I need to look at that and look at what our needs are in the asset management plan before, you know, everybody just, you know, gets told they have that 2.7%.
Thank you.
Further discussion? I'll make the final comment. I think Mike brought up a good point that we need to make sure that we are spending our dollars efficiently. But we do need to also recognize that our assets are not in perfect shape and that we have to maintain them as best as we possibly can, and that costs money. And that's particularly capital money. Got a mover and seconder, all in favor? Motion's carried. And the next one is item 10, fire department. And the first one is regarding the number 1 fire station renovations report from our chief. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Logo. Through you, I don't have anything more to add to the discussion besides what I have written down. I will say, though, that I have to admit a typo. Page 156. In the financial impact, second line, use 20 to start the needed updates on station. That should be 2, not 1.
That's all. Okay, so that was for the correct me if I'm wrong, that was for your bunker.
That would be for the renovations to start at station 2. That is for the bunker room that is needed with the requirements of health and safety. The other part is the assembly, the installation of the air compressor that was donated to us by Cameco.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
I'm not sure if my fellow councillors are aware of the donation there of the air compressor, but it would allow the firefighters to fill locally rather than having to go. I'm not sure where you have to go now to fill them. Anyway, I would like to see that happen as soon as we could, because right now we have a valuable piece of equipment sitting there unused.
Go ahead, Greg.
Through you, your worship. I have a small problem with this, and I'll tell you what it is that at budget time, when people come to us and, for example, they ask for 100,000 or 200,000 or whatever, we know that that's a number that, you know, give or take a few $1,000s could be. I think the danger of this request here is that if I ask for 100,000 and it only costs 50,000, that you come back to council and say, I'd like to use that other 50,000 and something on something else, right? The danger of that is that if you're a smart manager in the future, I'd be asking for way over the price of what I want, knowing that I'll come back halfway through the year and say, oh, you already committed 100,000, let me use the other 20 or 30,000. And the reason is because when we talked about the fire stations, we said that we were only going to give, I believe it was $10,000 for renovations. We didn't agree with the other parts. But now this report saying that since we save money on the roof, we'd like to use that. I would prefer, like it says in there, that council decide to leave this for the 2024 budget. The money that was saved from the roof goes back into the reserves where it came from, and then another request is made at budget time for if you want to do other stuff. That way we're comparing everybody on an equal basis and we're not saying that, you've saved money and I want to use it somewhere else, but that's my only comment.
Through you, Mayor Logo. So I'd like to address Councillor Booth. I completely understand the thought process. And I will say that he's not wrong. The reason why the dollar value was assigned to the roof replacement on Station 1 was due to a quote that we received the year prior. That I will leave the company's name out. The quote that we received was for the replacement of the roof and as well as some of the side steel because of the color. So that it was a bit of an upgrade. And based on that quote, I came up with the dollar value for the roof because it is sometimes a shot in the dark with our current economy. However, when the prices did come back, we were quite shocked. When the Deputy Chief Gord and I went out and actually did a cost of materials for the project, we had a rough idea what it would come to. We did make a choice and go with the cheapest contractor. And I would not do that again. We had several issues with the job, certainly with respect to quality, and it had to be managed every step of the way. So I completely respect Councillor Booth's request, and I have no issues with that. So that you understand a bit of the back end that went into trying to fix some of the necessary repairs in the stations. Number one, prolongs the asset, but they were in very bad need of repair and they were neglected for a long period of time. So we can definitely come back to the second budget. It's totally fine. If council sees fit to continue, I understand that as well. So I don't have a personal direction, but I understand setting precedent.
Do you have questions or should I read the resolution first?
Go ahead.
Whereas the Council of the Township of Alma-Calderwood review Fire Station Number 1 renovations report from Dave Dawson, Acting CAO Fire Chief, regarding the renovations that have been done on Fire Station Number 1 in 2022 and 2023. Be resolved that the council approve the funds within the fire capital account for Station 1 upgrades that were originally allocated for the roof replacement as the roof replacement costs came in under budget. Can I get a mover in a second? Moved by Deputy Mayor Silver and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Deputy Mayor, you have any comments?
Yeah, through your Mayor Logo, I would go ahead and get this done because I remember going into some of the fire stations and they were substandard. And you got the money and it's not going to be squandered and you're managing it. So I would go ahead, and I do know what you're saying, Councillor Booth. And I do know that we owe responsibility to our people that are using these buildings, that they need to be at least up to some kind of a standard. So I would go ahead and approve that, the funds to continue on.
Thank you, Councillor Ainsworth.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Logo. I wonder how many of these repairs are health and safety issues. That would be my concern, maybe. So I do agree with Councillor Booth. And but if there's health and safety issues there that need to be fixed, I would agree to that kind of stuff.
I'll make a comment. The fact that we don't have good exhaust systems in the bunker room kind of concerns me.
Yeah.
Because of what could be mold issues and that type of stuff. Go ahead, Councillor O'Neill.
Go ahead.
Just on the health and safety, Centerton ones, and I know we'd asked to put it to 2024 just to keep our budget as even as possible, but they're definitely, the gear is not stored in what meets proper property standards and fire standards, which was very ironic. But anyway.
Councillor Booth.
I respect what everybody said, and especially Dave from what you said, except I don't agree with that, is that if you've budgeted so much money for a thing, remember, council, we voted on this back at budget time to say, you're given so much for renovations, 10,000, do what you think is necessary with that $10,000. So to me, if it's a health and safety thing or something, then that $10,000 should have been addressed with the acute health and safety things. And I'm not saying they weren't. And I totally respect the fire department and they've done it, but we made a decision back at budget time to say, this is the money that you get. So I would prefer that that money goes back, the same as everybody else that deals with it, that if somebody next year comes and says, a truck costs 400,000 and it only costs 300,000. And then they say, I'd like to take the extra 100,000 now and buy a grass cutting thing or something like that. Well, how are we going to be able to say no if we've allowed this one to go through?
Go ahead.
So I think that listening to the conversation here today, that there is probably a better vested interest in setting forth our practices as straight and easy to follow. And I know that Nancy and I have had several conversations about process and due process and following what should be. So with that, and the other reason I think I have one question to ask Nicole. Nicole, can you hear me on? Yeah. Is the money that we came from the roof, were we able to get a grant to cover that, or did it come from reserves?
Through you, Mayor, we did not get any grants. It was, I believe, mostly funded from reserves that have to go back, and I think partially from levy.
Okay, thank you. With that and the information here today, then I would change my recommendation if I'm allowed. And ask council to make the recommendation to put that forward to 2024. And then we will address it through the budget process.
I guess my only question is to you is that are there any health and safety concerns that you are concerned about and you should be addressing them going forward?
The fair answer to that question, Mayor Logal, is there are significant requirements that we need to ensure are in place for health and safety. I do believe that some of them will be identified in our master fire plan with respect to your fire department. We have endeavored to do the best we can every year since May 2021, my arrival. We will continue to do that moving forward. If we had to sit down and look at every health and safety requirement and bring everything up to immediate standard, I don't think you would like that price tag.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
To your Mayor Local, it would be in my opinion to leave it as it stands. Councillor O'Neill has addressed some issues with exhaust. And I'm not prepared to alter this. That would be my thought.
Go ahead. Councilor Booth.
I guess then, if we continue to discuss this, can you tell me, Chief, then the installation of a kitchen? So is that a health and safety concern that the kitchen be fixed and repaired? We're talking about the installation of a power vent for the bunker gear room that maybe could come under a health and safety thing, but my way of thinking was if it was really a big health and safety concern, the $10,000 that we allotted, that would have been fixed first. I can't see the installation of a kitchen being as a health and safety concern. And I respect what you're saying, CAO. I first time ever I've heard a CAO say that they wanted to go back on that because they're looking at it. And as everybody in this council know, I'm a rule follower, and the rules, if you didn't use that money for the roof, then it goes back to where it came from. Not midway through the year that we start talking about, well, it could be health and safety. Installation of a kitchen is in no way a health and safety concern to me.
Okay, thank you. I think we'll call the vote.
Could you
What are we voting
tell
on?
me what we're voting on?
Hang on, because,
What are we voting on?
yeah,
We're voting on whereas the council of the township of Alma-Cullivan reviewed fire station number 1 renovations. Report from Dave Dawson, acting CAO fire chief, regarding the renovations that have been done on fire station number 1 and, no, pardon me, yeah, in 2022 and 2023. Be it resolved, the council approved the funds within the fire capital account for Station 1 upgrades that were originally allocated for the roof replacement as the roof replacement costs came under budget. And it was moved by Deputy Mayor Stover and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. All in favor? Opposed? The motion is defeated.
Thank you for agreeing.
Mayor Logo,
Yes.
could I jump in? We had the big tank removed at Centerton. And I drive by there and I can see it's gone. Could that, like, I believe, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that you did have access to those funds to keep people busy and out of trouble.
So we did not, we actually just, I found it today from follow-up, the money that we received from that tank was $1,166.
Oh, that's not going to keep you busy too long.
No. But we've had the wall reassembled on some of our maintenance, line items that we currently have. And the installation of a couple lights, but we'll leave it with that. When we look at where we're at now at the end of October and our budget process, hopefully being finished by the end of February, it's really here nor there, and it's totally okay.
All right.
I have a question for council. It is now 1:20 to 1, so we've been at it for 10 to 21, yeah. So we've been at it for almost 3 or a little bit over 3 hours. You want to take a 45-minute break and then come back? Can I get a mover in a second if we could do that? Then moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion's carried. We will be recessed. We'll be back at 1:30. Perfect. Okay, thank you, everyone. Back to work. Before we start, we are at our 4-hour limit. So I'm going to ask council to make a motion that we continue on past the 4 hours. I got a mover in a second for that, moved by Councillor Ainsworth and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have the fire chief with a report regarding the tanker 481. Chief, you ready? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mayor Logo. So this report is for information. Based on the conversations had at council with finding out how much it would be to bring this apparatus up to certification standard. I'm making the recommendation that based on the procurement plan, we move this apparatus when it's time up to Station 3, and we leave it in service for at least the next 3 years. We can still utilize this as a tanker vehicle and for exterior fires like grass fires, brush fires, etc. So that is my current recommendation.
Thank you. Any questions from council? I'll read the motion. Be it resolved that the council of the township of Alma-Calderwood accept the tanker 481 report from Dave Dawson, acting CAO fire chief, for information. I get a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor O'Neill and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have apparatus procurement pumper report from acting CAO fire chief CEMC. Dave, go ahead.
Yep, thank you, Mayor Logo. Through you to council, this report is for what came back from our tender that we went to public with for a pumper vehicle that is going to be placed into Station 2. That is to be delivered by June 2024. It does follow along the procurement plan that was approved by council in 2023. There is a slight increase in the cost of the vehicle based on what we projected in the procurement plan. The increase is 30,000. But if we follow along with my recommendations, we will save 60 in year 2. So it will balance itself out. The other thing that this will accomplish is once this apparatus arrives, we will be moving pumper tanker 472 to station 1, thus giving Grafton residents a second certified pumping apparatus. And then at that time, 481 would move to station 3. So that's kind of the timeline of when all that would happen. Currently at station 1. Currently at. Just a second, Dave.
Okay, go ahead.
Currently at station 1, we only have 1 certified pumping apparatus. And that's it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? I'll read the resolution. Whereas the Council of Township of Alnwick Alderman reviewed the apparatus procurement new pumper truck report dated October 24th, 2023 from the acting CAO/fire chief. Be it resolved that the council support this procurement as outlined, and then the acting CAO/fire chief work with the treasurer to adjust the procurement plan by an increase of $30,000 in 2024 and a decrease of $60,000 in 2025 due to the cost savings of ordering a pumper versus a pumper tanker. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, second by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we're going to move on to Parks and Rec. And we have the Centerton 4-H Life Skill Club rental fee request report from Parks, Recreation and Cultural Coordinator. Can I get a mover and a second for this? Moved by Councilor Ainsworth and second by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any discussion? I guess I should read we haven't got nobody giving us the report, so I should read the resolution. Whereas the Council of the Township of Alnwick Alderman reviewed the Centerton 4-H Skill Club request report, and whereas council deem it appropriate to offer this club a discounted rental rate per bylaw 24/2022. Be it resolved that the council directs staff to advise the Centerton 4-H Life Skills Club that it qualifies under the local service group 25% subsidy of applicable rental fee rates. And further, be it resolved that the club be charged the subsidized rental fee of $39.37 plus tax for 2 hours for a total of $236.22 plus tax for the 6 rental dates. Moving to seconder. Oh, yeah. Okay. Any further questions or comments? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lobel, I'm just wondering about this life skills with the 4-H Life Skills Club, and I see that they have put in one where they do in kind to look after payment, and the second one is that they would be charged the $39.37 plus tax. And I'm just wondering if we are at the point where we would bring in, look at these agreements to see when and if it's appropriate to do in kind payment.
Go ahead, Greg.
Through you, your worship, I agree with what you're saying, Deputy Mayor. I think a group as valuable as this, and I put 4-H in the same category as like Boy Scouts, Girl Guides and all of that are running programs in our buildings. I'm hoping, because it from what I'm reading is it used to be an in-kind donation. I'm hoping that staff could tell 4-H Club, I think the proper way would be to send a letter into the treasurer asking for an in-kind donation, which would be 200 and something, 238, when we talk about it at budget time. And I know I've brought this up before with other user groups too. One of them being the Roseneath Fair with the asking for the firefighters, right? I have no issue with it. It's just that I'd like it recorded that if they're asking for something, budget time, come and ask us so that we can say, yes, we approve it, and then everything is there. So this would be, you know, no issue with me. I do know in discussions with some people, I'm wondering whether the Parks and Rec Committee could look at taking something on like this, is where maybe, Joan, they could take a look at these user groups that are using our buildings to say, you know what, it's valuable that the Girl Guides want to use it. It's too expensive for us to put the program on. They're going to put it on, and all we have to do is let them use the room for free. And I think as long as they're using it at a time when it's not being used, under the understanding that if somebody books it, they would have to be bumped. But I would love something like that where it's sort of pre-vetted by that committee, instead of all these groups coming to us to say, we want it for free, we want it, let's make a process or something.
I think if we were to do that, we would have to alter our charge bylaw so that people can do that as well.
Well, it does say, if you read in there, Mr. Mayor, it says that in accordance with the bylaw, we could qualify under the special multiple booking category, which lists the fees as by agreement, which means they come and then they can agree, we agree what they pay. It doesn't say that they have to pay. And user groups have come to us in the last few years and asking council, and sometimes we've not charged them. Sometimes we went back to you'll get the, you know, the community user group fee or whatever. So I just think it's easier if maybe, and I'm not even sure, Mary Catherine, if you and Mike would like to even entertain that idea of you guys look into this and,
I
you
think
know.
Mary Catherine has a conflict of interest.
Well, I'm not talking 4-H. I'm talking about any community user group. So if the Girl Guides wanted to come and use Centerton, you know, they're going to come to us, and it's like, do we charge them the money, or do we let them use it for free or that? I'm just pre-thinking. I know it doesn't help this one right here, but we set precedents if we start allowing groups to use it for free. I think let them come at budget time and ask us, right?
Okay, see.
I will take that forward.
Well, what do we do with this one then? Yeah, take a vote. All right,
Well, the vote, but if you take the vote, you're going to charge them number 2, because it says you're,
we'll charge of 236.22, isn't that? what
Plus
that's-
tax.
Plus tax.
which I think if we went back to the 4-H club and said to them, listen, would you like to submit this under the donations or whatever, then they could possibly get that for free then, right?
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't know the group, so I don't know whether or not they'd be willing to.
And
You know, well, Mike's got to take it to his group first, so I guess we could say that we'll defer it until you've had a chance to talk to the group.
Through you, Mayor Lovell. So I wonder at this time, although it's a good idea, but would this be maybe covered under these terms of reference that we're trying to do with all the committees? So I present that question.
Okay, well, we could, but that won't resolve it for this particular time.
No,
So you could, I guess what you could do is, I don't know when they started, if they started, you could charge it for the first 2 months and then say it's coming in the new one, or we can defer it.
As long as they're still able to use it
Yes,
until we get the fun thing figured out.
yes,
Okay.
that's what I'm saying, we defer it, but they should use it until we have a response back from our group, as well as have a terms of reference for that group.
I'm just saying, I don't know if our committee should be dealing with prices and hourly rentals and stuff. I think want to fill the place, but it shouldn't be up to our committee to set the price or give it away.
Maybe I came over wrong. It wouldn't be you're saying whether or not. I think community user groups, Girl Guides, 4-H, all these ones that programs that we don't run, they always come to us throughout the year and they want a break, right? They don't want to pay, or they want it for free or whatever. And I can understand that, right? And if the room's not being used, I would have no issue. I'm just thinking, instead of separate user groups coming to us all the time, maybe the Parks and Rec Committee can look at having some kind of process
Mhm.
that if you're dealing with these groups, you can say to them, like, if I was on the Parks and Rec Committee, I'd be telling this group now, listen, right now it's deferred, but if you follow the budget procedures, in-kind donations is something and commitments that we make a decision on every year at budget time.
I guess the only thing that if they don't make an application, what do you do?
Well, if they don't make an application to me, it's no different than anybody else, then you're out of luck, and the two choices are right here, which means
Yeah.
the least amount they're gonna pay is this one, right?
And that we could use this one as an exact example. Because they didn't make an application, so they haven't filled it out, so we can't do it. And that's gonna happen next year too, in June, September, whatever.
Maybe they will
Huh?
maybe they will for January.
Yeah,
Because I do know we made an exception for the woodcutters, right, up at ACC.
Yeah.
They said that we can afford to pay this much, and it's like, okay, so you can't afford to pay the full room rental rate, we'll make it some kind of agreement, and it's just an idea. Maybe the committee doesn't want to do it, and we're gonna be stuck to where we are, which is they come begging hat in hand every time to council to say they want a reduction.
go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So we are always looking for partners to do things with, so it's kind of right up what we've talked about at our committees and our meetings, so this is something that we'll take back to them and get some feedback.
When's your next meeting?
Have to
November
check that.
27th.
Well,
Yeah.
that's fine. We don't do it in December.
When do they need the first rental? One of those boards.
Probably it looks like. Oh, go ahead.
For you, Mayor, I believe it's October. Let me just check. Unfortunately, we don't have
October to
staff
December,
here to
yeah.
speak with us to this. So there were 6 dates that they were looking for. Okay, 6 Mondays, October to December.
So that case will be done by the time we get back to them.
Mhm.
Nancy Jennifer Steen is available.
Oh, good. Oh, lovely. I didn't see her.
Jennifer, are you there?
Yes, hello, I am here this afternoon. Thank you, through you, Mayor Logal. Yeah, just to clarify that some of the conversation there, I wanted to say that the current process is directly related to that fee bylaw, right? So within that fee bylaw, those are the two options. They are either staff can give these groups the local service rate, or they come to council as a to enter into an agreement because of their special event or multiple bookings. So that's the current process that's outlined through that bylaw. And if council wishes to change that, I guess it would be directing staff to review that fee bylaw and come back with some other options. Or as Councillor Booth has suggested, to go through the donation process at budget time, or the grants, right? That kind of application process through budget time.
Okay, I think back when I was around many, many moons ago, what they used to do was take it out of the donations budget and actually pay the facility to have the service. So they didn't come out of their budget. You understand what I'm saying?
I can clarify it for you. Last council, because they were so, I guess I'll be careful how I say it, willy-nilly on letting everybody use everything for free. We had a budget line under council and they took it out of that
Yeah.
budget. So that every time they said, yeah, you can use it for free, it was like, well, somebody's got to account for it, because staff were like, well, that's not fair that you give everything away for free and I got to pay for it out of my budget. So we did it. And it was a very telltale sign at the end of the year when you see that there's $7,000, $8,000, $9,000 worth of freebies that you're giving. That's why I'd like to see it under the donation and in-kind donation thing, so it's recorded. And for the first year, it'll be tough. There'll be some groups that won't get it in on time, but I think instead of council getting in all the weeds and digging and everything, that would be a perfect opportunity for the recreation committee to say, in consultation with you, that, you guys sit down and you decide what's the process if somebody wants to use it for a program that's valuable to us, that it would be more expensive for us to run it when we could have somebody running it for free and we just have to let them use the room when it's not being used, right?
Yep. Comment, Jennifer?
Sorry, pardon, Mayor Logal?
I just wonder if you wanted to comment with what Councillor Booth said.
Oh, sure, through you, Mayor Logal. I think it still comes back to the fee bylaw. So I think it still would be directing staff to review the fee bylaw and with input from the Rec and Culture Advisory Committee, and that committee could then provide council with their recommendation.
Thank you.
Perfect. That's what I meant, Jennifer.
Okay. Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So would that mean that they would get the rental for free and still keep if there's any money for joining the club, doing the event? Is that what you're thinking too? So they would.
No, what I would think, and just briefly, is that if it was a new club coming to you to say that we want to start up, but we don't collect any money right now and we can't afford a room, maybe they come to the committee and say, could we have it for the first year, one night a month or something? Or if it is a group that is making money, like the wood carvers or that, maybe they come to you and say, Mike, we can't afford $50 a night, but we can afford $20 a night or something. Would that be acceptable? So not necessarily it's for free, but at least you take a look at it to say that, you know what, we don't have Girl Guides. That would be great that if we had Girl Guides, but they only have 6 girls in it. So the money, and I don't even know what you collect now. When I was a cub, I think it was $1 you had to pay, but sure, it's a lot more, right? So $6 isn't going to pay for the room. So somewhere along that lines, but I agree with what you said, Jennifer. It would have to go back to the committee and you guys decide what you think is, acceptable and what groups are acceptable that would be. But I'm still hoping that Nicole and them at budget time, that maybe we have to remind these groups to make sure that they get their request in on time, because we've had groups that didn't get the request in on time. And technically, if you don't get it in by that deadline, you can't come back and say, oh, I'm applying now in November. It's like the rules are the rules, right?
So where are we at?
I think the rules are November 15th.
I thought it was the end of the month, but I could be wrong. I don't know.
I could be wrong.
Can I raise a point of order? I'm getting a little bit frustrated because there's 2 conversations going on. One that I'm not allowed to participate in, and I'm fully aware of that. But another one, which is the much broader question that I do feel like I would like to give input in. So I don't know how you will want to deal with that, Mayor, but
I'm going to go to the experts.
If I may comment, Mayor Logal, the deadline for the applications in this case is October 31st. Our treasurer sent that to me, so this entire point might be mute for now.
I'd like Nancy to give a comment on that.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. In terms of Councillor O'Neill wishing to participate in a broader discussion, as long as it is related to a very general discussion around this issue, and as long as it's not related to the specific 4-H club.
Go ahead.
Yes, I am frustrated how this process works because it does feel willy-nilly, and it doesn't exactly fit into the grants either for these groups because they're not asking for a monetary donation. So we don't have any process in place yet, but I think it's easy enough to direct our recreation coordinator and that committee to look at and define what does it mean by agreement and who qualifies as a local service group. So taking the 2 options that are already there and just fleshing that out instead of every single time one of these comes forward to us, it's like it's a brand new thing without a framework that says, well, here's what it looks like. And I agree. I think we should see what we're doing in terms of by agreement to understand that. But I don't think it's the same as a monetary, anyway, we need a process. That's what we need. We need a process.
Just one comment and I'll disagree with you on something. What the whole thing about the donations and commitments it doesn't necessarily mean money. It can be an in-kind donation too. So it's not that we give you money, but you could ask for a room rental or something that the town provides and get not charged for it, is the same as a donation or in kind. It's always been like that. Some groups can come and ask for a room for free or whatever. I just want to see it recorded at budget time to say, yeah, Joe Blow's, cattle raising thing. If he wants $500 in free room rental or something, show it in there. That's all.
Thank you. Nicole, do you have a comment?
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to comment that within our grant application process, it specifically says this about in-kind. It says no grant or donation or in-kind contribution will be considered unless specifically authorized by council in the form of a resolution by support. So just to clarify that.
Thank you. That's would require some changes then. Because it's pretty clear that they're right there right now, there isn't. Correct?
Well, other than a council resolution at budget time, when
yes.
you say that donation is accepted.
Yes. So
I think we all want the same thing. It's just how we get there.
Yeah, what's the process?
Well, council could make a resolution to right now, not charge them and take it in kind through volunteer work or whatever, correct?
Yes, the way that's right.
Is that what you're suggesting?
That's what I think in this matter.
And at the same time as our councilor Ruth mentions, we should have a record of it so that we know that how much we're giving at the end of the year.
Right. Mhm.
Go ahead, Nancy.
If I may, through you, Mayor. So because we've got this on the floor and we've had a mover and a seconder from Councillor Ainsworth and Deputy Mayor Stover, the mover would have to amend what we have on the floor
Yes.
based on the discussion, or the vote could take place on this and then we'd move to another brand new motion. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logan, I just want to caution that are we opening ourselves up to anything in the past that we haven't done along this line? I agree with what we're talking about. I just don't know if we go back and see if we've.
This has been a challenge for every council as long as I can remember.
Yeah.
It is. Go ahead, Greg.
Well, I'll use an example and nothing against them. So the Roseneath Fair, that when they came and asked for free firefighter service, it's the same thing as asking for a free room rental or whatever. And we just voted to say yes. So I agree with what Mary Catherine's saying. We need some kind of process so that we know we can tell user groups, this is what you need to do. And I don't know what that process is. I'm thinking you guys to go back with the knowledge that you have to say, what would be a fair process for everybody? And not necessarily meaning, Mike, that it's free, but what are the processes and.
Well, going along with what Nancy has said, I think what she's saying, we should probably take a vote on that. If it's defeated, fine, and then we should come up with what you're suggesting. Is that okay with council? Okay. So do you want me to read this, or do I have to?
Option 1 or option 2, is that what you do?
Well, we've got a motion on the floor to do this, and I'm gonna call for a vote. And if it's turned down or accepted, then we'll go for it. But if it's turned down, then we'll ask Greg to make a motion and see if we can get that second. Okay,
You're gonna have to,
all in favor of the motion as it stands?
and I'm sorry, Kate, what is the motion as it stands?
Number
Where-
2, option 2, which is 236.22.
Yes. All in favor? Opposed? Motion's defeated. Do you have a motion you'd like to bring on the floor?
Well, I'm trying to think of everybody's ideas of how, because I'm trying to think, how do we help the 4-H club in the meantime? I thought maybe in my mind, they weren't using it until 2/24, which means we'd have lots of time, but it looks like they're wanting to use it now, but I guess I'm open to whatever the motion should say. Maybe you want to speak to it.
Just briefly, it speaks to why we need a process, because 4-H does a spring one and a fall one, but to enter into the agreement as such, until we set those meeting dates, we can't enter into the agreement. So it's like a cat chasing its tail where, yeah, and maybe it should have come back or in a new process, say it's going to be 12 meetings over the course of the year or whatever it is, and not require dates. But that's anyway why it's coming at this time when, yeah, because then we knew what dates.
Go ahead, Greg.
So could we make a motion that would say that Jennifer, staff, take this back with the 2 council representatives to the next Parks and Rec meeting and bring it on the agenda? That you look at some fair way of having to look at exactly what is negotiated by agreement and come up with something and present it to us. And I guess that covers that, but on the side, somebody needs to talk to these groups now that are going to get caught, that they're going to have to be told, make sure by the 31st you get your requests in, right?
Just a reminder that fees and the charges by law is currently under a comprehensive review and will be considered by council in early 2020.
Which would be perfect, because if the Parks and Rec Committee decides this is what we think it should be, then we can add that to it to say by agreement, right, or whatever, or come to council. I mean, the Parks and Rec Committee is only going to make a recommendation. It still has to come here and get finalized.
So go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, can we add to the motion that we give them the dates that they want, so they know at least that they're booked? And then we decide how they're gonna be paid, how they're gonna pay that out. At least they'll have their days booked.
I was under the impression that if they don't have the dates booked, if somebody else comes along, then they lose them. Is that correct?
Well, the agreement's always sort of been to these user groups is you can have it Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, but if somebody comes and wants to rent it Tuesday night at 7 o'clock, you get bumped. And usually these groups have no problem because they were getting it for free. So if you tell them in advance, they say, okay, we'll just skip Tuesday or whatever. But that can all be looked at by your group, right? That people understand this, that you could get bumped if a paying customer comes.
So what I'm understanding is that, Greg, you're suggesting that we pass it back to the rec club. I could be technically wrong with that.
With Jennifer, yeah. staff.
Yeah, with the instructions that they take a look at this and come back to council with their recommendation.
Yes.
And is that what you're saying?
Yeah, and I guess Mike's issue is what do we do for November and December? And I would have no issue to say for November and December, then let them use it until we can work out an agreement. It's only a couple of times they're using it.
Oh, so it's moved by Greg, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Logo. The new motion then, which has been moved and seconded, would be to refer this matter of the Centerton 4-H Life Skills Club and their rental fee request back to the committee, Parks and Culture Committee, for their review and recommendations, and further allow the 4-H Life Skills Club to have their 6 dates that they requested between October and December of this year for 2 hours on each of the dates.
Thank you. You agree with that?
At no charge.
Sorry, at no charge.
Councilor Ainsworth, you seconded?
Yep.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Okay, next we're going on to 12, which is administration, and we have the short-term rental acknowledgement bylaw with the written comments received from the public. And I'll read the motion. Whereas the council of the township of Alma-Culdeman invited the public to provide their final written comments regarding the draft short-term rental agreement bylaw STR bylaw to the clerk by October 6, 2023. And whereas council thoroughly reviewed these comments and thanked the public for their interest and input into this matter. And whereas the township legal counsel are currently reviewing the draft bylaw in its entirety, the timing of this is no longer than was anticipated. Be it resolved that the council receive the public written comments for information, and further be it resolved that council direct staff to include the edited draft bylaw on the November 28, 2023 council agenda for consideration and enactment. Mover and seconder, Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. You have any comments, Deputy Mayor?
No, I'm good with this timeline. Thank you.
Councillor Ainsworth?
No. Okay.
Anybody else have any comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. The next one is recommended edits to Schedule A of the procedural bylaw from number 96, 2023. And Nancy, do you want to comment on it anything at all?
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Yolanda and I went through the bylaw, which was recently amended, but we took it back after after council changed the meeting dates for the remainder of this year and into 2024. So those changes have been made, as well as we just looked at some of the things that we felt were worthy of changing. As we've said in the past, this is a living document and it's good to update it. And so you have the recommendations before you. Thank you.
Okay. And I'm going to read the resolution and just mention that there was 2 additions. The council, members of council suggested they consider, and I'm going to include them in there as well. Okay. Whereas the council of the township of Allen-Colborne previously approved changes to the council meeting schedule affecting the days and times of monthly meetings, and whereas it is necessary to reflect these changes in Schedule A of the procedural bylaw, and whereas this is also an opportunity to update and clarify other information contained with Schedule A of the procedural bylaw, be it resolved that council approved the recommended edits as presented in the attached draft red line document, and further be it resolved that council direct staff to make these additional edits. Section 6.3, summer meetings. Staff will make a recommendation to council at the first meeting in July regarding the need for an August meeting. And secondly, section 3.8, scheduling of meetings. The clerk will provide a draft annual meeting schedule for council's consideration and approval in November of each year for the following calendar year. Okay. Further be it resolved, the council directs staff to prepare a bylaw for enactment at its November 14th, 2023 meeting. Mover and seconder, please. Deputy Mayor Stover. Councillor O'Neill. Any discussions? Go ahead.
I'd just like to bring into, I guess it's page 209, number 37, when I looked at receive for information. We know how we say receive and file, but this is receive for information. And I'm just wondering, is that the same thing, Madam Clerk, to you, Mayor Lobo?
Yep. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. Yes, it is, Deputy Mayor Stover. It's just verbiage, but it really doesn't add anything or take anything away.
Okay, thank you.
Other comments? All in favor?
Oh, sorry, I did. I'm
Your
getting
hand-
sleepy here.
Hand up.
Sorry, it's just a minor, just to make sure that we wouldn't get in trouble, but if there's a snowstorm, but the power's good, would we automatically go to an electronic meeting, or could that just be when we're giving the meeting notice saying in case of inclement weather, like, whether we'd go automatically to a Zoom meeting or if we cancel the meeting?
It's probably gonna be depending on the weather. I would say, would you, go ahead.
Yes, through you again, Mayor. So Councillor O'Neill, there is a clause in the procedure bylaw that does allow electronic participation, including when there's inclement weather.
Right.
Generally, councillors are expected to be there in person, but you know, sickness, inclement weather, those kind of things. So that is already in the bylaw.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
and then, you know, presumably there might be a day when only John and Joan could walk here and the rest of us would be at home.
I
So
We'll get here. But it still provides for a quorum, even if you are on Zoom.
Okay,
All in favor? Carry. The next one is, committee reports, Lower Trent Conservation Authority Hearing Board Meeting Minutes of September 14th, 2023. And we also have with that, the Lower Trent Conservation Authority Regular Board Meeting Minutes of September 14th, 2023. The Ganaraska Regional Conservation Authority Meeting Minutes of September 21st, 2023. And the Allenwick Haldeman Police Service Board Meeting Minutes of June 30th, 2023. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Allenwick Haldeman received the following minutes for information. Lower Trent Conservation Authority Hearing Board Meeting Minutes of September 14th, 2023. The Lower Trent Conservation Authority Regular Board Meeting Minutes of September 14th, 2023. Is that not the same thing? It is, okay. Okay, the Lower Trent Conservation Authority Regular Board Meeting Minutes of September 14th, 2023. And the Ganaraska Regional Conservation Authority Meeting Minutes of September 21st, 2023. And the Allenwick Haldeman Police Service Board Meeting Minutes of June 30th, 2023. I have a mover and a second. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth. Seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Communications, we have correspondence from Tracy Webster, Senior Planning dated October 13th regarding the 2023 Northumberland County Official Update Growth Management for the Grafton Settlement Area. Be it resolved that correspondence from Tracy Webster, Senior Planner dated October 13th, 2023 regarding Northumberland County Official Plan Update Growth Management for the Grafton Settlement Area be received and filed. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, second by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councillor.
For you, Mayor Logo. So this area that we're asking about, first of all, I'd like to know, are we actually doing it to suit the resident that's in question, Liam? And second of all, are we saying that we're going to go through the procedures to like public meetings and all that stuff? Because I know there's issues on that road with this piece of property, and then because on one side of the road it's like rural, and the other side of the road it's town. So there's two different rules right there, just in the width of the road. So if you change the west side of the road to the town limits, then it changes the rules that some of those people are living by right now. And then it opens the door for that, for another development right there on the farmland. So I'd like to know what the clarification of this whole thing is and where it came from, because this is the first we've seen it.
Tracy's there. Tracy, do you want to make a comment on that?
While we're, through you, Mayor Logo, while we're waiting for Tracy, if she does jump on. Tracy and I have had a conversation about this as well. And one of the things to look that is and will be looked at is the settlement area or the development opportunity that is available in Grafton and or the township. That's kind of a bigger plan. One of the things that will help for here locally is the forward movement of your water model study. And that will identify what your capabilities are. So we're kind of waiting for that, and I know that this will be coming back to council at a future date.
It is my understanding too, that the previous council were approached on this and considered it and made the request for the county to make changes to the zoning form.
The official plan. Was it the official plan?
Yes. Mike?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, you are correct, because I checked into this when I was canvassing. And from my understanding, the county turned it down.
Not that I'm aware of.
Well, we need to find that out, because that's the answer I got from Jennifer. Is that when it got sent to the county? For them to change their official plan, they didn't agree with it.
Well,
So for it to come back here now. I mean, like, just. There's a whole lot more to it than just passing this right now, and I don't want us to open up a can of worms when we pass it. So I'd like to maybe defer it till we get all the information.
all we're doing is receiving it for information. Oh, Tracy's there. Tracy, go ahead.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can't see you, but we can hear you.
Okay, sorry, through the chair, I believe this was already reviewed by a previous council, and through the review of the request, the county staff asked for further information as part of their review on their work for the official plan review. So the letter is simply providing additional information, and it's not asking for additional recommendation at this time.
Okay, everybody catch that? Did you catch that, Mike?
No, I didn't really.
So the
Kind of.
just to recap what Tracy said, Tracy, please stop me anytime you feel that I'm not correct. Basically, the what's before you right now is for information. It was requested by the last council. And it's not open for any review at this time. It's part of the official plan as already laid out, and it potentially may come back to you in the future. I'm adding that last line in.
Yeah, and just to clarify further, it's part of the work that the county is doing on their official plan. People are able to submit requests for boundary alignments, and that is what they're reviewing.
Okay. Everybody okay?
Okay.
All right, we got a mover and seconder. All in favor? Carried. Next one is a notice of a public community meeting for Tubbs Corner Energy Storage. Be resolved, the council of the Township of Alva-Culloden received the notice of public community meeting for Tubbs Corners Energy Storage Project for information. Moving to seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor O'Neill. Any discussion? Go ahead, Dave.
I would just like to bring to council's attention this report and application for Crammy Township. Although it is not our township, it is definitely bordering our township and could have some significant impact on our emergency services with respect to fire. There still is not enough education that exists today for suppression activities with respect to lithium ion cells, be it any size of battery. And although this company is bringing forward a project for Crammy, it definitely is something for council to pay attention to.
Thank you, Dave. Further comments? I believe I read in the report there that there is a public meeting coming up. I'm not just sure of the date, but
November 7th.
November 7th.
6 o'clock.
So I'm gonna try to attend, and council's able to attend. I think they should. All in favor? Motion's carried. Did we ever figure out where that exactly is, Dave? Pretty hard map to read.
It's immediately.
Mayor Logal, it's immediately north of Telephone Road and just two properties west of County or Highway 25, County Road 25.
Okay,
So it is Turk Road is right near it as well. So it pretty much is right on the border of our township and Crammy Township.
okay, thank you. Next, we have resolution 14D. There you go. Right. We have 14C. Responding to the Housing Affordable Task Force recommendations dated October 12, 2023. Whereas the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing requests the heads of council provide input regarding the provincial document responding to the Housing Affordability Task Force recommendations by a deadline of October 16, 2023. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Alma-Coldeman receive for information Mayor Local's correspondence to Minister Paul Calandra dated October 12, 2023. Can I get a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor O'Neill. Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any comments? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
Thank you for getting that done. I believe it was you and our planner who worked and got that done, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next one is a resolution regarding the town of Brighton's request to establish an intermunicipal ad hoc committee for housing and homelessness. Can I get a mover and a seconder for that?
Sorry.
This is, do you want me to repeat that? Resolution 14D regarding the town of Brighton's request to establish an intermunicipal ad hoc committee for housing and homelessness. Mover and a seconder. Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any comments or discussion? I'll start. I think last month our last meeting, we did appoint Councillor Councillor O'Neill to this committee. My understanding that I think pretty well all of the other ones have agreed that they would go on it. It did come up at county council last week. And I think county wants to add as an advisory group because they don't have really any power over the departments or pardon me, the municipal councils and those representatives, but they want to be there as a information to pass on information that they are aware, basically. And there are some comments as to whether there should be two people on the committees or not. I think we appointed one, there might be some with two, and I guess if we have to reconsider that, we'll reconsider it at the time. Would be my thoughts. Anybody else have any comments? Go ahead.
Again, we're talking about terms of reference. It'd be nice to see exactly what they're all talking about, what they're.
And that's what the county was more worried about than anything.
Yeah.
And I think town of Fort Worth was concerned about that as well, that they wanted to see some terms of reference before they actually made a commitment. And maybe Port Hope was in the feeling. I don't, yeah, Port Hope was that way too. So if you want to receive that for information, anybody with any problem with that? Go ahead, Michael.
So can we add I don't want to say a stipulation, but can we add a request that the terms of reference be done first?
Through you, Mayor. So at the last meeting, when council appointed Councillor O'Neill to be the representative, there was a draft terms of reference that came forward for and it was coming from Brighton, who initiated the whole idea. But since that time, there hasn't been a new draft terms of reference, because now it looks like the town of Coburg and the municipality of Brighton would like to see more of a informal working group and trying to decide whether there is a need for an actual ad hoc committee. So there was an original terms of reference, but I'm not sure where that is right now because of the latest two resolutions from the other municipalities.
Thank you for reminding me of that, because it was concern of whether they wanted terms of reference or they want to get people together in a group and say, well, this is what we're doing and this is what we consider, rather than having a formal ad hoc committee with terms of reference. And they may decide to do that after that, but I think just initially they wanted to get a group together. All in favor? Carried. The next one is a letter from the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing. Proposed legislation to return lands to the Greenbelt and Oak Ridges Moraine. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of Alma-Calderwood received for information the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing's correspondence regarding legislation to return lands to the Greenbelt and Oak Ridges Moraine. They move in a second for this one. Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Uh, 14F is a petition to oppose permitting short-term rentals in limited surface residential areas. Be it resolved that the council receive for information that the redacted petition to oppose permitting short-term rentals in limited service residential areas, noting that the original redacted document has been filed with the clerk. Can I get a mover in a second for this one? Moved by moved by Councillor Ainsworth and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any discussion? Hands are coming up. Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Logo. Couple things. So first of all, I'd like to know if this is, if all these, or if I can, if this is a Curtis Point Road issue. And second of all, if it is there an opportunity to talk to these residents and maybe get some kind of an agreement for that private road that we would have more teeth? And second of all, I know it's a parking issue, but the short-term rental says that every owner has to supply parking. So the road is not parking. So does that give us any teeth? So if the short-term rental does their licensing and it says they have two parking spots and they should only have 2 cars there on the weekend. So if they're not parked on the road and there's 4 cars, does that give our bylaw enforcement through the short-term rental bylaw be able to go in and enforce the parking?
Want to comment on that, Dave?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Logo. Councillor Ainsworth, so the legal review that's happening right now with our lawyer is going to come back and adjust and identify how we can go forward with this. I can't comment whether these petitions are from Curtis Point Road or not. I'm not 100%. But what I can say is I did have a conversation with them to identify that we don't have any jurisdiction on their private road. So we cannot enforce parking. We can't enforce vehicle traffic or anything like that. We don't even plow the roads or maintain them. So unless we were to enter into an agreement with their road association or their homeowners association, and they were to get everybody to agree that possibly we could venture down that road in discussion. But that's pretty much where that ended. The regulation of the STRs, short-term rentals, has to do with properties and properties only. There's no regulation in the STR or anything that identifies roads of any kind.
Mhm.
So as far as limited service residential areas, I'm not aware of any that we've identified as such. That would be a question that hopefully Tracy could answer, or if not, we could do the research to see if we do have limited service residential areas. By definition, they may meet it, but if we haven't officially called them that, then I don't know where we stand. So something to look at. But again, when we come back to the use of the roads, and we've identified the number of people that are limited to SDR under our right now draft regulation, then that is where our control comes in. The same argument could be had if a resident had a party. Are they going to stop that traffic as well? Is that the direction that they're heading? I don't know. So we can look into it at the direction of council. But as far as I'm concerned, we still don't have any regulation on our private road.
So one of my questions was through the short-term rental bylaw, because we're saying that they have to have 2 parking spots for 2 cars. And they've got 4 cars. Can we charge them under the short-term rental for having too many cars at the short-term rental, even though they're on the road?
The short-term rental identifies the number of occupants.
Yeah.
For a given residence. The short-term rental identifies an appropriate parking area. It does not limit the number of vehicles, provided that there's appropriate parking.
I wonder if that's something we should look at. That might help us out in this area.
Again, I believe after the review by our lawyer, we will have more information.
Okay.
Again, it should be clear, it's still in draft form.
Yeah.
Right?
Deputy Mayor, you have a comment?
Just through your mayor logo, that it's going to be interesting to see how to deal with the limited service residential areas on private roads, and that's where I think we're having some issues now. So I look forward to seeing it back from the lawyers, the legal aspect of it, and having the draft come back.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Marigold, just one more thing that just a thought is that I would like for the people on this petition to maybe go through a year of the new bylaw enforcement, right? It's not like, because it's a different council, we want the bylaw enforcement done. We have our CAO and his fire department looking after it. 100% different change. So I know they'll probably have this petition here because of past issues and maybe the lack of thereof, maybe enforcement in the short-term rental issue. So maybe a year down the road, if we still had this same issue, the same petition, but I guess if they could, just give us a year, let us do our thing, let Dave and his group do their thing, and maybe this might go away.
Good point. All in favor? Motion's carried. We're going to move on to 14G, County of Brant resolution in support for motion regarding guaranteed livable income. Be resolved, the resolution from the County of Brant regarding guaranteed livable income dated September 27, 2023 be received and filed, noting that council had previously considered this matter. Mover and a seconder. Councilor O'Neill, seconded by Councilor Booth. All in favor? Motion's carried. Next one is a Federation of Canadian Municipalities Voice newsletter dated October 2nd, 2023. Be it resolved that the Voice in newsletter from the Federation of Canadian Municipalities FMC dated October 2nd be received and filed. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have correspondence from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, AMO, and they've supplied us their watch files, September 8th, October 5th, and October 12th. The policy update of October 3rd and Canadian Community Building Fund 2022 annual report. Be it resolved, the council received the watch file newsletters dated September 28th, October 5th, and October 12th, 2023. The policy update dated October 3rd, 2023, and the 2022 annual report. Canadian Community Building Fund from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario for information. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Further discussion? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
I'd like to, through your Mayor Logo, I'd like you to look at page 364 of today's agenda. And it has to do with Minto installs new crosswalk with sidewalks. And I thought it was quite interesting, the look of this crosswalk. And I just kind of wonder where we would, how we could fit into this. It'd certainly be more colorful than what we have. And I thought it was interesting. And they had a cost of they looked like they got a grant for 122,000. I don't think our paint would be that much, but we're not doing sidewalks, but it certainly is more substantial and it might suffice here. I don't know.
Thanks, Mayor Logos. Through you to Deputy Mayor Stover. The crosswalk, as you can see out here on Highway 2, has been something that I have addressed with Mayor Logo. We have gone for a walk. We have looked at what we have been left with. So that's one aspect, and that is being addressed through Mayor Stover, or sorry, through Mayor Logo at the county level. The other thing is we just had a request come in late yesterday or first thing this morning with respect to asking for another crosswalk for our schools. So it might be a good idea for council to recommend that we maybe look at a crosswalk study about where they should be and where we need them, especially with our future development coming.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Go ahead.
I just want to pick up on what our acting CAO just said there. In previous discussions, we've talked about having a safe walking plan, and I think what you've just raised fits into something that we've been talking about in the past.
Thank you. Any other comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have Federation of Ontario Cottage Association, FOCA alert newsletter dated late September 2023. Be resolved, the council received the alert newsletter from the Federation of Ontario Cottage Association, FOCA, dated late September for information. I get a mover in a second for this one. Moved by Councilor O'Neill, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. 14K Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit monthly campaign dashboard for October 2023. Be it resolved, the council received the monthly campaign dashboard October 2023 from the Kawartha, the Halliburton Kawartha Pine Ridge District Health Unit for information. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councilor Booth, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. And then we have a resolution from the town of Aurora regarding opposition to strong mayor's power in Aurora. Be it resolved, the resolution from the town of Aurora, opposition to strong mayor power in Aurora dated September 28th, 2023, be received and filed. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Logo, can we have a brief description of what this is all about? Because it seems a little bit conflicting when you're reading it.
to my understanding, it's basically the mayor with 1/3, I believe it is, of the other ones agreeing and has power over the entire group. You understand what I'm saying? Do you have something? It's basically, it's actually 2/3, maybe that's what I said.
No, it's 1/3. It's 1/3
Okay.
through you.
So 1/3 of our committee? Or,
So through you, Mayor, there are certain municipalities within the province that have been given these strong mayor powers, including some within the GTA, including the city of Toronto, Mississauga, et cetera. So rather than having to if the mayor puts forward something, and depending what the topic is, normally you would need 50+1 in terms of an affirmative vote. With these strong mayor powers, the mayor putting forward something would only need 1/3 of council to vote, but on specific types of issues.
okay,
And if I can add a couple of comments, it started off with, I believe, 10 of the biggest municipalities. And then more recently, there's been another, I thought it was 40 or something.
I believe we're up to
50 in total.
50,
Yeah.
yeah.
So cities like Kingston weren't included initially, but Kingston, some of the, probably Pickering, Oshawa might have been in, no, it wasn't in the first. But anyways, they all have that power. And I believe if it would ever happen that they make it small enough for a council of 5, in order to get the mayor would have to have at least 1/3 of the other members of council to join it. Well, with 4, it doesn't work because you'd have to still get 2 people to get that 1/3. If Greg voted with, this is an example, if Greg voted with me and the other 3 voted against, then it wouldn't have the power because it's only me plus 25. But it has to be me plus
Two people.
1/3. So it really wouldn't affect us at all the way I see it. Yeah. Any further questions? No, that's good. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
Just to add on, there has been a number of municipalities, and this is what Aurora has done, has said, we don't want that.
mhm.
So yes, there are municipalities rejecting.
I would have to say, knowing that though, there are more that have not rejected it than have.
Mhm.
Would you say? Yeah. Okay, all in favor? Thank you. Next, we have the Town of Aurora resolution regarding gender-based and intimate power violence and epidemic. Be resolved that the resolution from the Township of Aurora regarding general-based and intimate power partner violence epidemic be received and filed, knowing that council has previously considered this matter. Ruben, seconder. Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councillor Booth. Any further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have the Minister of Infrastructure regarding administrative penalties regulation under the Building Broadband Faster Act. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Allen-McCullough receive for information regarding administrative penalties associated with the Building Broadband Faster Act. Mover and seconder. Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have the Rural Ontario Municipal Association, Roma, regarding the 2024 conference. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Allen-McCullough received the Roma 2024 conference details for information. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. I think I did see if anyone's planning to go on that. There's a best before date.
Yeah.
And I think that's next October 27th. So if anybody's considered on going to that, there's a savings if you have an invite that date. And I guess we'll let Nancy know if we're interested in doing it. That's okay with you. All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have the Rural Ontario Municipality Association Roma. Their Roma board meeting highlights. And it's titled Managing Homeless Encampment. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Alma-Cullivan received for information Roma's board meeting highlights concerning homeless encampments. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councilor O'Neill, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Discussion. All in favor? Motion's carried. And next we have the correspondence regarding Ontario Volunteer Service Awards. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Alma-Cullivan received the information regarding the Ontario Volunteer Service Awards, and further be it resolved that the council direct staff to publicize this information to ensure the community is aware of it. Mover and seconder. Moved by Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Booth. And if I can, I'd like to make a comment on that. I did attend in Belleville a couple of weeks ago when Lori Davini was awarded her volunteer certificate. And it was very nice. And normally they used to do it in Covert, but because of I think it was basically because of COVID and people not getting the names in time, they didn't have very many applications. But they do expect to have more, hopefully more this time. The Grafton Horticultural Society had received several awards, but unfortunately there was nobody there to pick them up. So we did bring them back for them. But I would encourage people to get the volunteers, put those names in. And people, it's very good to see them. And like there was this, I think in past times in Covert, there's been probably, and that would have been Northumberland County, probably 175 to 100 volunteers that are recognized. And it'd be nice to get something like that back again. And I'm sure we have very good people that could be recognized in the township. And so the forms are there. How do we bring them to you, Nancy, for submission, or can we do that? Okay. And I guess if you put it on the website, can they actually just send it in from the website? Okay. It's a good program, and I suggest we continue to do something with it. All in favor?
Mayor Lobo, could I just add a couple of things? I've been recognized 2 or 3 times through this volunteering. And I'm wondering if we as a township should recognize our volunteers and look at our committees and pick 2 committees, and I believe minimum of 5 years, and work at like to see us recognize the volunteers during our time. So whether we recognize 3 committees a year, I'd like to see that happen.
Are you saying,
Well, we've got the HAW committee. There's people on there we should be recognizing. We have the water board. I think it's been in, I'm not sure if it's been in place for more than 5 years.
20 years.
With our volunteers?
Yes.
Okay, so we
But I'm
have,
not sure what all those committee members are still there.
yeah, well, I mean, they'd have to be in place, but I think that we need to recognize the value of our volunteers, and this is a good way of doing it, whether we get everybody's names or the people, the counselors that are on these committees, that they peruse their committees to see whose names they could put forward and put their names forward.
I think that's a great idea, and I'm not sure exactly who nominated Lori Davinia. It must have been a council member because I received them,
I think they did it last year. Like the past council.
they must have. And it's kind of, it was kind of all screwed up because of COVID. They were taking applications. Normally, they hold the awards in April during volunteer month. But because of COVID and everything else, it got pushed back to October.
The last one, through your Mayor Logo, the last one I received was during COVID. And it was very difficult. It had to be canceled one night because their IT was terrible. And then we finally did get through, but it's better to go in person.
Absolutely. And I'll make one final comment. You're absolutely right that it is a 5-year, minimum 5, and that's 5-year increments past there. And at Belleville, there was a couple people at 50 years of volunteer service and one at 55.
And I'm not sure where the volunteer firefighters, if they would fit into that or not. I don't know.
Volunteers.
Award.
Yeah.
Sorry, into the volunteer award. The volunteer firefighters, again, the only place you'll find it is in the FPPA by definition, but they follow the Employment Standards Act.
Okay.
All, did we get it all? Okay, all in favor? Carried. And then we're moving on to 14. Red page. 14 plus. R, oh, okay. RS, okay. Town of Cobourg, resolution in support of illegal land use enforcement. Be it resolved that the council of the township of Allen Calderman receive for information the town of Cobourg's resolution regarding illegal land use enforcement. I get a mover and a second for this. Moved by Councilor Ainsworth, seconded by Councilor O'Neill. Any discussion? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor Logo, I'd like to support and endorse this. We have these issues right here in the township. And I think it would be a benefit for us to help move this forward.
Thank you. Other comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next, we have correspondence from Catherine Fife, the MPP for Waterloo, and resolution from the Township of East Hawkesbury regarding request to support for Bill 21, Fixing Long-Term Care Amendment Act 2022. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Allen Calderman received the correspondence from Catherine Fife, MPP Waterloo, and the resolution from the Township of East Hawkesbury and support Bill 21, Fixing the Long-Term Care Amendment Act 2022. And further be resolved, the council directs staff to provide a copy of this resolution to MPP Catherine Fife and Northumberland Peterborough South MPP David Pacini. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councilor O'Neill. Seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Any discussion? Go ahead.
I think this is very important because, you know, at one of the most difficult times for people in their entire lives and they're forced to be separated, it seems wrong to me.
Thank you. Other comments? All in favor? Motion's carried. Next one is correspondence from the Northumberland County. And it's regarding updates from October 16th to 27th. The resolution reads that the county of the township of Allen will receive the updates report provided by Northumberland County for information. Mover in a second. Deputy Mayor Stover, seconded by Councilor Booth, it's all right. Any discussion? I think these reports are very good. They tell us what's going on in the county, and I'm happy to receive them, and I'm happy to see that staff is feeding them out to the different methods of communication. And I think it's particularly important now that we don't have the local paper and this stuff gets out to residents. All in favor? Carry. Next, we have Resolution 14U. A resolution regarding improvements to the catch and release with the justice system in Ontario. Whereas Allen McCullough Council has previously considered municipalities' resolutions regarding the catch and release justice in Ontario issues. Be it resolved that the council received the 3 resolutions from Howick Township and the town of Cobourg and Midland for information. Mover and seconder. Councillor Deputy Mayor Stover and Councillor Booth. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. The next one is a correspondence dated October 18, 2023 regarding changes coming to Commuter Connect Transit Pilot. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Allen McCullough received the correspondence regarding the changes coming to Commuter Connect Transit Pilot dated October 18, 2023. For information, mover and seconder. Moved by Councilor O'Neill, seconded by Councilor Ainsworth. Discussion?
Mayor Logo, this isn't this this is a different program than the community care bus that goes around. It's the same thing. Oh,
This is this portion here, no, I'll go the other way. The one that's running from Cobourg to Oshawa, picking up people and taking them to the boat train, continues to run. The one that was connecting Cobourg, or pardon me, residents from Trent Hills, Brighton and Cobourg, and then taking to catch the bus in Cobourg, that one has quit. Or the pilot project was stopped. It was costing, because it was costing $234 per rider to use that. Now, I should clarify that they still offer the service, they just don't offer that service to feed them to the bus. And I believe it has to leave at Trent Hills at 5:45 in the morning to get it. And then it doesn't get home till 10 o'clock at night. But they still offer that service to Cobourg and Fort Hope and to Trenton, or pardon me, to Trent Hills, etc.
and do we still have transit in Graft or on McCullough?
Yes,
Okay, good. Thank you.
throughout the county for that. All in favor? Carry. Number 15. Announcements and notices of motion. Councillor Greg Booth.
Yes, through you, your worship, I just have 2. One is I had an email from Brian, the manager of Public Works this morning, that the 3 new streetlights are now installed on Aird Street. And once ESA has done an inspection of the work, then Hydro One will connect to the distribution line. So this usually takes 2 weeks. So I did phone the resident, I believe, I can't remember his name now. I did it this morning and phoned him and left a message. So that's good news. And the last item is just the library board wanted to thank everybody that was able to attend their fundraiser this past Saturday at the church. It was very successful, and a thank you to all. That's it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Stover.
Thank you, Mayor Logal. I just want to draw your attention to 2 events happening at the Legion. They're getting ready to start their Poppy campaign, and it's running from October 27th to November the 11th. And last year I spent a night selling poppies, if that's how you say it, and they are looking for people to sign up again. As well, they have noted that there is their annual Remembrance Day dinner is obviously November the 11th, and it's $15 a person. And the other thing I mentioned previously was I was able to have an escort through the Ganaraska Conservation Authority, I learned lots, and I think that is all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsworth.
Nothing at this time.
Okay. I have a couple things, and it's kind of continuing on with what Deputy Mayor Stover was talking about. First of all is the Alderville recognition of the Remembrance Day, and that's going to be held on November 5th. Sunday, November 5th. I believe it's between 11 and 2 p.m. And Chief Simpson is going to send me the details on that, and I will forward that to the council members in case you want to attend. Secondly, of course, the November 11th is actually the one that we do here in the township. We actually have two places that we do it. I'd just like to make sure that we're going to have representatives in both Roseneath and here down at the Grafton Cenotaph. And I believe, my understanding is that the staff are working very closely with the Legion and have arranged to close the road on number 2, and we'll have people there from both the fire and fire department as well as the public works to assist in that. So I will be going on November 5th, and that's fine. You don't have to go get in a lot of it. We want to make sure that somebody's going to Roseneath on the 11th. So will anybody be going on the 11th to Roseneath? Mary Catherine will be for sure. Okay. And I plan on being here, and everybody else can go wherever they like. If they so desire. It's a little bit different this year. It is on Saturday. So we won't like to have all the school kids there. Although maybe their parents have been instead. But historically, we've had most schools basically send most of their students, so that's like 500 kids.
That's good.
Yes, it is. And that's, and I do have a proclamation. This one is Deep Dress Purple Day. Whereas during the month of October, the Children's Aid Society across the province raises awareness about the important role of that individuals and communities play in supporting vulnerable children, youth, and families throughout the province, recognizing Dress Purple Day campaign, formerly known as the Child Abuse Prevention Pro Month. And whereas Dress Purple Day is marked by a purple ribbon, and whereas every child is entitled to be loved, cared for, nurtured, and secured, and be free from neglect as well as verbal, emotional, and sexual and physical abuse. And whereas it is the responsibility of every adult who comes in contact with a child to protect the child's unconditional right to a safe, nurturing childhood. And whereas our community is stronger when all citizens become aware of child abuse and neglect prevention and become involved in supporting parents to raise their children in a safe, nurturing environment. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, John Vogel, on behalf of the Council of Township of Alderman, do hereby proclaim October 27, 2023 as Dress Purple Day and encourage all citizens to help spread the word that keeps children safe is everyone's responsibility, and to show your support and help raise awareness by wearing purple on Dress Purple Day, dated this 24th of May, October 2023. Mover and seconder. Moved by Councillor Ainsworth, seconded by Councillor Newt. Any discussion? All in favor?
Just one question, Your Worship, to the clerk, Nancy, will that go on the town website? Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Neill.
You've covered a lot of the territory. Nice to see the Remembrance Day parade returning and the supportive staff for that. Congratulations to the library board. That was a very enjoyable evening of music. And then the social afterwards, that was a very nice touch. And the last thing is I'm going to be going to my first committee meeting at with the county public works, so we'll get to see John and see him in action at the county level, but the reason being is that they're looking at the formation of the climate change document, so that is what we're going to be looking at that day.
I haven't got the minutes for that or the agenda for that yet, but I'm sure it's coming.
Well, I think it's not till the 30th, so maybe they'll get it to you soon.
That's coming.
Next week, I know,
Monday.
I know, as soon as I said it, I realized it.
Okay, we have a motion here to recess to a closed session. Be it resolved, the council of the township of Alma Calderwood will recess to go into a closed session under section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001 to consider two items regarding personal matters about an inviolable individual, including members or local municipal or local board employees, and litigation or potential litigation affecting the municipality or local board relative to the library board and relative to a bylaw enforcement issue, and further that the acting CAO, clerk and deputy clerk remain in attendance at 8 p.m. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor O'Neill, seconded by Councillor Booth. All in favor? Motion is carried.